you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd hold on to you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you, you make me stronger. Can't go without it much longer. Remember, remember.
Good morning, everybody. How you all doing? I'm your host, Ron, once again, and there goes my alarm clock. Yeah, so how's everybody doing this morning? Hopefully you are doing well. Good morning to everyone that's already subscribed. You got TK in the house, Rover's in the house, Robbie Mack made it in the house, Never Let the Machine Win, John Mack, and also Bob S. Thank you all for joining me this morning. Hopefully you are all doing well with everything that's going on in your life. Hopefully you are not the, as we call it, the infected, and you're doing okay, and the malware virus has not affected your family or anyone that you know. If it has, you know, prayers go out to you guys. I'm hoping that everything goes well and that we all recover and we're all able to meet once again. And I have met like Robbie Mack, John Mack, Never Let the Machines Win. I've never met TK, unfortunately. Love to meet him up, meet up with him, and also meet Bob S. and the rest of you guys. If you're already not a member already, please check out the ways that you can support us. But you know what? I just want you to become part of the family. Go check out the Discord right there and join the family. I mean, we're a bunch of friendly people. We just like to chat about everything. And not just 3D printing. I mean, this is more of a relaxed type of version of 3D printing where we just talk and we just chat about anything and anything that comes up to our minds. And that's the thing. If you are part of the Discord, you can easily go to the Discord link and view how to join once you've been associated with the family. And we have our guys over there that are taking care of the channel. And hopefully, if you do, come on, great. All more power to you. So it looks like we may have another guest that's coming on. I'm just waiting for him to give me the okay when he'll be on so I can bring him on in. So I've got to put these babies on so I can hear the phone calls ringing through. Oh, okay. Yeah, earmuffs for cold Canada, not. Oh, Gene Gambo. Thanks for coming on. Or Sean, I should say. Gene? Is it Gene? Yeah, Gene. Sorry about that, man. Didn't mean to pronounce your name wrong. If I did, I apologize greatly. So the channel has been growing. It's been kind of an interesting couple months because I know I haven't posted anything or talked anything about 3D printing. Granted, my bad, because I've been mostly working in amateur radio and talking on using this little baby. And I'll be talking more about it in the CMP page because this has a lot to do with file manipulation. And also, I'll be talking about how easy it is to print one of these things because this is going to be this is actually going on two channels. One to cover 3D printing, which is one of my hobbies, and the other hobby is amateur radio. So this is going to get featured, and I will explain more of what is this I'm holding in my hand and what is it for. And it's going to be a dual theme because it's also talking about file manipulation. And as much as I hate to say it, I hate to, a lot of people put, oh, do not sell this for money or anything else. But sometimes, here's the question I have for you guys. And just hear me out. Have you ever had a print that someone asks you to print for them? Okay. You know it's going to cost you a lot of filament. The thing says not to sell it for, you can't sell it for money. But you got to remember these things cost money to print because it costs you the filament, costs you your time, and costs you your energy. So are you charging for the amount of filament? Are you charging and the energy and your time? Or do you just let it slide? For small print, I can see letting it slide. But for other prints, I can see it, charging for the filament and your time and the effort to get these things printed. Because not only do you have to worry about a print that, say, is a lot of filament, like, say, a print's going to take you 48 hours. Are you going to charge for the amount of time and effort it takes to print that object? Thought I'd throw that out there for you guys to discuss a little bit. And TK's already said something here. Let's see. Charge for filament and time is okay. Okay, well, that's good to hear. At least you're saying that. And just seeing what's going on. Oh, cool. So Rover just said he won a giveaway. That's kind of cool. Way to go, Rover. Here we go. Mhm. Well, that's good. Yeah, but what if a company comes up to you and asks you, "Oh, can you print this for me? It's something I need, but I didn't model it myself, and I need it for XYZ project." And the guy puts on, "Do not, do not. You can't make money off this project." Well, kind of hard because not everyone has a 3D printer, and I get that. Not everyone's going to go out and buy one. I get that completely. But what I don't get is why are we all obsessed about, oh, this file has to be free. This file has to be given to free. There should be an exception that if this file is being used to print something for someone else and you're spending your time and money on the filament and on the time of energy and on making it, there are some people that say, no, you should not charge any money. If they have no money on it, you can't charge a damn cent. And I just sit there and just go, ugh. But it's true. Like right now, I was printing out a lot of those face shields. I've kind of stopped right now because my printers are acting weird, and I got tired of printing. And my machine's one of the machines kind of went bleh. And it's been causing me problems ever since last week, really. And I got to figure out what's going on with that machine. But yeah, I'm going to pull that thing apart and have a look at it and see if there's anything I can figure out what's going on with that machine. Good morning, D-Lodge Printing. So Rover prints out something on here. Yeah, not for selling in shops. I agree with you there, TK. 100%. I just think there's like one side says, no, you shouldn't sell it at all. No money should be made on it. And then the other side's like, you got to remember, not everyone owns that printer. Not everyone has that technology. Not everyone feels that they can print, you know? Yeah, so do I. I don't want people to be selling it and making money. Like one of my prints that I put up on Thingiverse, it's a very cheap print, but it was for me, and I thought someone else could use it. Is this simple print? Took me about a couple hours to put together, but I had some delamination issues on the back here, as you can see. It's not really clear, but the printer decided to go wonky on it. But this was built only because I needed it. And I needed something that was going to make a loud clap, like this. Or it's actually louder than what it sounds, though, but in person. But that clip sound is needed in video editing. When I'm doing this and I'm going like that, and you hear that, and you see that join, and you hear that clink in the audio, that at least alerts me as an editor what I'm listening for and what I'm looking to time with that clip sound. And usually I'm using two audio sources. So I have audio 1 and audio 2 here. And what I'm looking for in the audio is those spikes. They'll be like this, really high spikes. And so a waveform is kind of like this. Okay, so if you think of waveform going up and down and up, okay, and you're following the sound file, you're looking for that big giant spike. And that big giant spike tells me that is where that snap was done, and then I just time it with the video. Great. So we got Colin here. We're weighing in the green room. I think I'll let him sit there for a couple more hours. I'm just kidding. Here he is. Hi,
Hey.
Colin. Good morning.
Good morning. You have to forgive me, I haven't had my coffee yet.
What? I thought you would have your coffee already on the bed.
No,
Waiting
man.
for
I
you
woke
to...
up. I said Ron's streaming today, so I will roll my ass out of bed and move into the junk room with the with the printer and every other damn thing.
Well, we like to have you back on, Colin. So you're loved by everyone here.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
You got the clapper. Yes, I do, Mr. Buttram. I got the clapper. So, like I said here, just join our Discord, become part of the family. I'm watching Discord. If you're in Discord, go in general, say hello, say who you are, and I'll be watching on there because at the end of this we all end up going there and start doing some chatting. So it's all open to everyone there.
I'm sorry, I interrupted your thoughts.
My thoughts?
You were commenting on something, and then you saw that I was there and decided to.
I was saying there's two parts of 3D printer people. There's people that can print, and there's the people that are scared of printing. But also on the same part is I understand that not everyone's going to get into 3D printing. When I got into 3D printing, I thought everybody would love this. But there's a lot of people that don't. They don't care about it. And there's the other flip side of this is that there's a lot of people, even you can relate to this, Colin. There are a lot of people that there's a lot of people out there that put objects online and have said, oh, you can't sell this for whatever, even for your filament and everything else. You should print it for free. Then there's the other half of it where, as us as printer, people that can print, there's not a lot of people out there that buy the printers but want these objects. And do we charge for the print? And my line is, if it's filament and time, yes. If it's a large print, if it's a small print, no, I'm not going to charge people time and money. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, there's another side of 3D printers. There are people who don't really do that much printing. Like, who tear down the printer and build it back up, and tear it down and build it back up. I mean, are you talking about printers for production use or printers overall? I mean, there's a category of hobbyists that I have a printer just because it amuses me.
Yeah. What I was getting on is the subject that there are two sides of the of the 3D printing community. There's a side that's like restrictive where they go, even if it says, not that you can't sell this print, they will not sell any film. They will not charge them for filament or time if someone wants that object printed. Then there's the other half of the family, which goes, well, if the person wants this print, I'll charge them X amount for their filament and for my time, but I won't charge them for printing the object or the time that it takes for the object, or they'll discount it in some way. And I'm in the point where I'm like, yeah, I can understand that side. I can understand this side. Myself, like, if I'm going to say I wanted to sell this product, okay, I would sell them on the time I wouldn't sell them on the time it takes to print this, because this case takes no time to print. But I would charge them for the assembly. So if I had to assemble everything that's inside here, I'd charge for the assembly and the time it takes for this all to go together. If I was to sell this all together, this also includes... I'm just going to remove this here for a second. So say I had to put this board inside this box, this whole board, and I had to assemble the whole board, I wouldn't charge for the print. If someone says, oh, I don't have a 3D printer, but I need this print, what do I charge them? Because this has no money on it. It says do not sell for profit. But I'm taking the design and I reworked that design. I don't know if that
Okay, you're talking about the open sourceness versus not of a print.
Great, correct.
Well, I don't know. I would charge people for materials and, more importantly, shipping, because that's where the real cost is.
Yeah. It's a very interesting dilemma to think about, isn't it?
Is this going to work? There we go.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can see you.
I have routinely charged people for shipping and materials cost. I don't particularly charge for print time unless I'm designing something custom for someone, which I've done a couple of times.
And what's your choice of design programs? Is it Fusion
Well, I
360,
still use
SolidWorks?
Onshape. I know Onshape has gone out of favor because they locked down their free trial and folks like Tom Sandlatter find their new license somewhat offensive, as do I. But um, it's still a good program. So I use either Onshape or Fusion 360. But on the subject of charging for prints, though, it's amazing what how 3D printing has come into its own for printing emergency medical parts. I guess any emergency tends to impact technological ecosystems in interesting ways. I know there are some hospitals that have actually gone out and ordered printer farms. It's kind of crazy, but
Yeah.
I was working with a friend in New York to optimize the design of the Prusa face shield, and he's got a really snazzy design that he put together that's much easier to replace the shield and so on.
So what's your thoughts of this whole I guess getting on the face shield and everything else? I kind of like I said in an earlier thing, I've stopped printing the face shield because of other reasons, because my printers just decided to go. But also, it's the cost and time and effort of me buying the filament, getting it shipped to my house, the whole 9 yards of that part.
Yeah, well, I
But
mean, it's one of these things. You can donate time and effort to the extent that you can, and no one will fault you for limiting your overall cost to the when what is it Mark says something to the extent of need, to those to the extent of need, and from those to the extent of ability, or something. I can't remember what the Mark's quote is. Anyway, I'm sure it's always appreciated. Any effort is appreciated. So, but yeah, so he's in New York, and he had to shut down his practice. So spent some time redesigning the face shield and came up with one that will punch with. You can. He's using
a hole punch,
actually,
yeah. I've heard about that one.
If you don't mind, I'd like to have him on.
Yeah, if you want to bring him on in, yeah.
Let me see if I can grab him here. Let's see.
And to you people that are out there on Facebook or out on Twitter, let people know about that we are live. You can easily find that I've thrown it out there. So all you have to do is just find the link, just hit the little square button under it, and that will allow you to share this link. There's a share button somewhere around there in the near the subscribe button. You can also hit the subscribe button if you wish, but not required. But hit that button, and what that will do, that will allow you to share it, and then you share it with anybody if you're on a mobile device. So that would help us out a lot. Lets people know that we're out here. Also, hitting that like button does support the channel, so hitting a like can help us out. Any little thing that you guys want to do would be very helpful at this time, just to get the word out.
There we go. So, but I was getting at the nature of emergency situations and how it impacts technological evolution, where 3D printing as a hobby was waning, I think, a little bit in the last year or so. But there are a lot of new 3D printers out there now over the last 2 months. Likewise, it's going to be interesting to see see how telecommuting has evolved over the last 20 years. Were you working in around 2000 when a lot of these companies were trying to get people to telecommute for the first time and realized that they couldn't get as much productivity out of them when they're not present in the office? Back before
I was around there. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that year. I was actually working for a retail business, which we'll rename nameless, only because the company no longer exists, and they were a great company to work for. But the other U.S. company that bought them out, we'll rename nameless. That's why
But
I'm not
were
naming
you
it.
doing IT where you could actually telecommute, or was it
No, we were selling.
on
I was in
premises?
charge of the computers. Like, if I heard someone going IT, this is what I want, and they would tell the sales guys, and the sales guys had no idea what they were talking about. They'd say,
So
"What?"
you were IT by default rather than IT by profession at that point?
Yeah, exactly.
That's always frustrating.
Well, I had the IT background. That's the
Yeah,
funny thing. So I
yeah.
could talk to people and be very IT tech, and they would go, "Yeah, that's what I need. That's what they told me. I need to use something like a what is a VPN?" And I was like, okay. So you need a computer that's going to be able to link you up. Then you
Yeah.
want high speed internet. Do you have high speed internet like cable or DSL? Back in the day when DSL was, or ADSL as they were advertising it as. And it's like, yeah, I have high speed, but my kid's on it all the time. I'm like, okay, here's what you need. And I would tell them either a
Mm.
switch or a router, depending on what they needed.
Yeah. I
So I would
was
ask
getting a
them,
little
how
crazy
tech
there.
savvy are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I would get the question, how tech savvy are you? And it's like, not. Okay, here's a router. Here's what you need to know about the router. Show them how to get in their router. Explain how it worked. And I used to outsell the tech guys 10 to 1 because I used to get the very unsmart, unsatisfied techie that's like, this is my situation. I have to work from home and I don't like working from home. And it's more like, where do you have an office? Do you have an area to work? Would be my first question. Because if they don't have the area to work, it's kind of hard to sell the computer without having the area for it. At the time, laptops were still in the $2,000 to $3,000, were still in the $1,000 range at the time when I was working tech.
Yeah.
And you couldn't go out now. Like nowadays, you can go out and buy a laptop for $400 to $500 and you're set. But back in the day, they weighed a ton. They were big. They were clunky. Like they were slimmed down. You had 17, 15-inch laptops back in the day.
Yeah,
But
they
were
weighed they weighed like 5 to 8 pounds back then.
exactly. So
Yeah.
they were a little bit of
Whereas
pain.
now they weigh like 1 to 4.
Yeah. Well, not the gaming ones. They still weigh a good chunk, and I always recommend gaming
Yeah.
over.
I wonder how many telecommuters are using gaming laptops these days.
A lot of them are.
No, well, they're good for design, right? They've got good graphics cards, and they've got or graphics chipsets, and a lot of memory. So there are people using those things for CAD now.
Yeah, exactly. My friend uses a gaming laptop for CAD.
You can't go into a place and say, "I want a pre-built CAD workstation." That's not something that you sell a substantial. Well, you do sell high-end workstations, but not for telecommuting purposes.
No, but I know like one of my friends who's a gamer is using his gaming laptop for him to be able to work from home because that's all he has. So he's like, I never bring my work home because I never have to. Now I do,
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I want to say this is an experiment that would never be permitted at any other time in history, where you have every company in the U.S. trying to figure out how to get the most efficiency out of the least number of employees. Under normal circumstances, that would never be permitted, right? Because you would effectively have to lay off all the dead wood. So what's going to happen? And you've got the federal government paying employers to keep people on, right? What happens at the end of the pandemic when they no longer are paid to keep on these employees that they've determined are less efficient or not important to their processes now that they've optimized their telecommuting and workflows? It seems to me there's going to be a massive round of layoffs after the pandemic subsides.
Yeah. Not really sure. It's a good question that you ask. I'm looking to see if anybody's replied back to that. So if you guys have any comments, let me know and I'll post a comment immediately. I'm watching the comments also on the side. If you're in the chat, say hi. I know the 13 of us watching, so thank you all 13 of you that are watching. And I know that one of my friends says he's stuck in a meeting till 9, so I'm just going to send him a fast message. We'll be on late. So I had to make sure that someone got that. So, anyways, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, someone said you don't look like you're doing too good.
I don't. I look like I need coffee.
Yeah.
Because I do.
If you want to go get your coffee, I'm okay with that.
No, I'm good. But no, I'm looking through the comments now.
It's like CT needs coffee, needs help.
Yeah.
Colin's doing okay. He's just not woken up yet.
Yes,
no coffee.
I'm getting there. I said, Ron's streaming. I shall go there.
Yeah. Hey, Techie Daddy's in the house. I haven't seen him in a little while.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Yeah. Here's my question, though. Do you think we're going to see another shift? And I really mean this. Once the virus is over, are we going to see companies going, you know what? Our workers did really much better at home. Are those people going to be told, hey, if you want to work from home, stay at home? Or are we going to see everyone being dragged back into the office?
I think you're going to find a larger percentage being permitted to continue to work from home, but there's got to be a bunch of research, some efficiency numbers that come out that compare the loss of efficiency seen in the early 2000s when people started telecommuting versus the loss of efficiency you see now with telecommuting. Now in the age of push one button to have a video conference and have a whole bunch of project management tools that are all web-based and this sort of thing. And I think there's going to be a significant improvement in overall efficiency to the extent that not only will employees be given the option to continue to work from home, and future employees be told outright that you will not be given office space if you choose to work from home, which will be acceptable, or something like that. Or you will work your first 6 months with us in an office, and then you'll be, if provided you show reasonable results, you'll be permitted to work from home. But I think more importantly, and more arguably of greater concern, is that these companies will have figured out the minimum number of employees that they need to complete their work at a particular efficiency level, whereby they can say, okay, we have these people who need to work from home, these people who can't work from home, and then these other people, well, we don't need to pay them at all, let them go.
Yeah.
Because their roles have been optimized out of existence by necessity over the last 3 months, 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. Like I worked for retail, and I'm going from a retail background here. Is that there are two reasons that I can see people needing to be back in the office. One, because all the work is done within the office and can't be done outside the office. I understand that completely. Second reason is employers do not trust their employees and feel that if they're not in the office, they can't do their work. And with the way things have changed in the last 20 years, I feel that's a misnomer. Yes, there are some people that prefer being in the office because they feel they can work better.
Well, as Ryan says, is if his boss doesn't see him actively doing things, he assumes that he's screwing around and not doing anything.
Yeah. But there are some people that flourish working at home. And I'm wondering if they're back in the office, if they're going to be able to reset themselves to be in that 9 to 5 grind, going, driving to work, hauling their butts into work and being at work. And then you got to remember, human beings like to be social. They do not like being confined in one area.
No, there's some percentage of humans that like being social.
There's a big percentage of us. I
Yes,
mean, we all
something
talk.
like 70 or 80%. But there's also the 20% of introverts who couldn't care less.
Exactly. I'm wondering if those people are going to be the ones that are going to be like, I gotta go.
Oh,
to the
they're going to be
office
the ones
again."
that flourish, I would think.
Yeah, they probably flourish. I would give. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I've been working from home for the last 15 years, 20 years. And
That answers a lot about you, though. But
doesn't it, though?
it does answer.
The fact is, though, my life hasn't changed a whole lot. I don't go grocery shopping as frequently, and I don't go to the gym anymore.
Yeah, by the time this epidemic is done, we're all going to be fat and wanting to have those chairs like in Wally.
No, well, no. I took up running, and then I messed up my knee. That doesn't help. That was my solution. I figured I'd just go all cardio, and I blew out my knee on the second day.
I'll fill you in a little secret when it comes to running.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Okay.
It's hard on your joints and your body and everything else. You're better off doing like instead of running, they do recommend actually stairs.
Mm.
And here's a great way to get your cardio in. Stand on your stairs and just go 3 up, 3 down, 3 up, 3 down, 3 up, 3 down, 3 up, 3 down. And then, get a little faster. Instead of going 1, 2, 3, go 1 and then go 3. 1 and 3.
My God, that's more boring than running on a treadmill.
Yeah, but if you're watching TV, it doesn't bother you at all. You'd be surprised how much of workout you can get by just doing that. Or even being at home, if you got a set of weights, start lifting weights at home.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing I've been doing, which is not a problem. Very convenient, actually. I actually moved my weight bench into my living room. I figured there are phases of introversion or antisocial behavior. The first is having days where you don't set foot outside your house, which I've had a couple of those days in a row at any given time in the last 15 years. But like maybe 1 or 2, 2 or 3 days at most, right? So this is a slight change, but recently I moved my weight bench into the living room, so now I can't actually have other humans in my house. That and having 3D printers in the kitchen.
Just reading everybody's lines.
Yeah.
But I like Joe Paddock. Then you fall on your butt.
Ron the Human Stairmaster.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
I don't have a stair climber or anything like that, and because of my injuries, running is not advisable for my knees.
yeah.
Because my knees are shot. So I have to figure out other ways. So
No, there are plenty of conditions that
swimming is one thing I do. I do stair climbing, which does help strengthen the muscles that are around the knee. So that's helpful for me. And also I do type of lunge basically. But I also use my stairs to help me stretch out, where I'll put my foot up on the stair, like halfway, then quarter way, and then up almost to my chest, and just to stretch out the legs. And yeah, people look at me when I do it and they go, "Ooh, ow," when they see me lift my leg that high up, and it's like, this is nothing. I used to do judo. I used to do karate when I was a kid.
yeah, you can do some
So I
really
can still get some of the flex. I still have some of the flex that I used to have when I used to do that stuff. And I started learning a little bit of kickboxing and, all the martial arts, because I wanted to learn more martial arts than anything else. It was more of for the fun of it, not for the challenge of fighting. But yeah, I've done a couple of matches.
Well, that reminds me of this joke that I feel like Stephen Colbert ripped it off me because I thought of it, but I didn't actually execute on it. I didn't actually write it down or tweet it or something. Last night he had this. So the UFC is doing. They rented an island and are doing fights and broadcasting off of this island somewhere. And so I said, "Oh yes, all the athletes are going to get COVID tests, and beforehand we're going to make sure everyone's safe and so on." So, so Colbert says, "Oh, so that's where all the COVID tests are. So what we need to do is we need to fly Granny out to the island and lower her into the octagon."
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. But
so, Colin, are you in the hot zone areas of New York, or you're not in New York?
No, I'm in North Carolina.
Oh, okay, I thought you were in the New York area. My mistake.
No,
I was going to ask you, how bad is it in your area? North Carolina, I know, is not under a limited or anything like that, correct?
It is somewhat limited. I mean, there are businesses that are shut down, but it's mostly voluntary.
Okay, so it's not like it's not a national order like we got out here, which is our state of emergency, where everything.
Oh, no, we do have a state of emergency in place, but it's not clear to me exactly what the legal requirements are for moving around or not moving around, not traveling. But the roads are definitely emptier.
Quiet. Yeah.
I mean, I go out maybe once a week or once every week and a half. Run a couple of errands. I still haven't been to the post office. I need to do that.
Well, remember to wear a mask.
Sorry?
Remember, wear a mask. Now they're saying.
Yeah, well, it's amazing how that works, right? You start out with don't wear a mask because it's only useful to medical professionals, which of course made no sense. But they did manage to get most of the stock of masks into the right hands. Yeah, I mean, and you're not going to find a mask as an individual anymore. I had a couple left over from when I was installing insulation. So,
yeah, I got the same type of mask. Basically, it's a dust mask,
it's
N60 grade, which is something that's just for fine particle dust.
Yeah,
that's what I've been using, and it's been great just to go out, put that mask on. Sure, yeah, it's hot inside the mask because it's meant to keep dust and debris out of your face, and it's not the easiest thing to breathe through, but at least it's keeping me safe.
I also found that you need to shout more because people because the mask, of course, muffles your voice, and so when you're talking to people, you have to raise your voice to a greater degree.
Yeah, especially when you're talking between their big, thick passes of plexiglass. Like when I went shopping yesterday.
Oh, they have plexiglass up between you and the tellers and that sort of thing now?
Yeah. So the plexiglass. Oh, so I'll just give you guys an idea. I was at No Frills, which is one of those smaller versions of a supermarket, but it's kind of like stripped down. They got metal shelving. It looks like you walked into a Home Hardware.
Yeah.
Or a Home Depot.
It's like a
shelving.
dollar store of grocery stores.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
But it's fully stocked.
Right.
I had problems finding a lot of vegetables this time around, which was really shocking because that usually is my best place to go get vegetables.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm getting off topic here. I haven't had my morning coffee either. So you walk in, they got this big line going all the way down there, going down their frozen food section. There's a lot of people there. So, but the lineup moves fast. Great. So I'm grabbing my groceries and putting them in my bag, figuring out what I need, and then I get up to the grocery thing and then I have to put it on the till. You're the only one there. Usually I have to wait for the person to package their stuff and go before you allow the next person to come in the lineup.
Yeah.
I was only grabbing like a few items because that's all I could find. Lettuce, tomatoes, and I believe I had to pick up a case of pop and something else I picked up. I can't remember what it was. But anyways, I picked up those 4 items. So I'm sitting in a lineup because, well, I had to. And then I'm like, crap, I couldn't find anything I needed from that little corner grocery store. So I'm like, fine, I'm going to have to go to another one. Not that far away. There's a big giant one. I'm like, the lineup's going to be huge. I got there. The lineup was going out the door around its own building. And it was almost at the top of the corner and going across the top part of the building. So
yeah, because they only let a certain number of people into the store at a time.
Yeah, and it was moving slow. And I talked to one person. He's like, I've been here for a good 20 minutes waiting to get in. I'm like, screw this. I'm not even going to bother lining up.
Yeah, so I think I waited.
Back. I'm just like,
I think I waited 15 or 20 minutes to get into a grocery store last week. What was really disconcerting was 2 or 3 weeks ago when I went. They had taken these very strange, creepy precautions. So this is before they started limiting the number of people to go in at a time. They were, they had the usual, hand wipe station and so on. But of course, everyone was using it then, which I'd never seen. And so I wiped down the handle of the cart and so on. Go in, and nothing says shortage like a store that took all of the bananas off of the bunch and try and sell them individually.
Oh, I've seen that now lately. Yeah.
That was really creepy and disconcerting. Wow. Of course, they stopped doing that now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if that means that they realized that was sort of more disconcerting than it was useful, or they weren't selling any bananas at all that way, or what. But they do seem to have it down to a science now. I mean, there is a line outside of every grocery store, but it's not a line because the place is packed. It's because the line because the place is not packed, and that's good.
Yeah, I basically posted a meme out last night. Is a clip from the Smashing Pumpkins video 1979. If you haven't watched it, check them out. They're a good band. And there's a scene where they're talking about where they're at a party, and then you just start seeing them throwing toilet paper up in the air and it going over a tree. And I'm just thinking and I posted that meme going, I bet toilet paper people are really angry right now. All those hoarders are going to probably do this in the next couple days. You know, we're, when you can't return the toilet paper, what do you use it for? Throw it up in the air and toilet paper trees. And I got a lot of hate for that, but it's like, oh, come on. I'm making a joke here. And this is the problem I've been having lately. Toilet paper, paper products, any of those, you are hard to come by.
Yeah, there was a meme going around where a guy was being arrested by a cop, and there were rolls of toilet paper on the trunk of his car, and his hands were spread on the hood of his car, and it says, "Man arrested for possession of crack paraphernalia." But
Oh, that's a bad one.
yeah.
Oh, looks like we got a Brian in the room. We don't know what that Brian is. He's growing the beard. Let's see if we can bring him in. Do we want to bring Brian in? I'll put the vote out. I can see him looking at me going, "Oh, curses, let me in."
Well,
How you doing,
what
Brian?
year is this?
I gotta ask you
I
about
know,
the hat, though.
Before the pandemic, you didn't have a beard, did you?
I had a bit of a short one, but now it's getting like there's a
amazing
chin
how
under
it
there
goes.
somewhere.
Yeah. No, I'm sure the answer was no. I was clean shaven 2 weeks ago.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago was like 6 months ago right now.
Oh, but what day is it now? I know it's a Wednesday, but what year is it?
Unfortunately, all I know it as right now is a work day.
And you're
Yeah.
working from home, I gather, now too?
I sure am, yeah. Yeah.
They're not
So-
sending you to Toronto anymore, eh?
Well, not physically, remotely half the time. Yeah. That's okay. It's giving me time to actually tender to these printers over here. So
And what are you printing? Are you doing them with face masks also, or have you given up? on
no,
shield?
it's a very weird situation out here in Alberta. As far as we've seen right now, no public service is actually accepting anything. So some of the private stuff may be, but I'm one of those opinions. If you're a private business, you can figure out your own supplies, but it's a slippery slope. We if there's a demand for it, there's a Foothills group, there's a Calgary group, and they've already got their machines going full board. So I can't see myself providing anything of value. But if the call goes out, we'll fire up the machines for it.
Oh, that's good to hear then. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know out here they've kind of made the call out, but a lot of the companies aren't really putting out if they've been authorized to do it or not. So it's been kind of a slippery slope. Like, I will donate some time of my printers to those groups, but I want to see it in action. At least ThinkSmith, the guys I am following, they've been posting constantly, hey, we're now opening up a lab to build these things in. And they're looking for workers.
Yeah.
So I'm going to apply to that and see if I can get in and help them out a little bit.
Well, at least maybe you can get those Trudeau bucks in the meantime. You know what?
It's better
Jess
than
got
nothing.
hers yesterday, so if you
Yeah.
apply, you're going to get it. It
Well-
threw us off because they pay up a month up front, which is like, okay.
Apparently I don't qualify for it because of I'm self-employed. But because my business didn't make any money this year, I don't qualify for it.
But if you say that your business was directly impacted, then it works out.
I
But,
can't really prove it. That's the only problem.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so I'm just going, I live at home, so I have that luxury of living at home, which
Right.
not a lot of people do. I'm just happen to have that luxury because of everything that's happened in my life. Long story, but I'm not going to get into that.
Well, we're in the same boat here, right? Actually, the whole reason I'm mostly working from home right now is because our roommate is the equivalent of Skip the Dishes here in Okotoks, and he came home with a cold about 3 weeks ago. And so we tried to get the information, and there's no clear direction. And my understanding is if one person gets quarantined, everybody gets quarantined. So we've basically only been out of the house 3 times over the past 3 weeks. So
Well, you only get
Well,
quarantined for 2 weeks, and then you're okay again, from what I've been told.
yes, that's supposed to be how it is. But with the way the lockdowns are out here, there's nowhere to go, right? So You get to walk and get the mail, and that's about it. So I've been, working on the printers, tweaking away. I just pulled this PetG Charmander off the printer.
Oh. Why
I
orange though? Why not red?
I had transparent red PetG sitting by, so I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go and print that. And I love how the let's see if it'll focus on that there. I love how the infill comes through.
So I had the exact opposite reaction.
Yeah, I had that with silk. Sometimes I get that too.
So the transparent red PetG, yes, it always comes out orange. It's.
Ah.
I was very, very annoyed. I had this beautiful looking transparent, translucent red, and it just comes out horribly.
This is the red I got from. I don't know if you've seen this red before, but that's the red I got from the guys over at Coax Filament.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
This
is the mystery brand. And I just seen your friend Gene come in, so we're going to bring Gene in right away. Sorry about that, Brian. We're bringing another person in.
Oh, boy, that's perfect, because I got to get out of here for another meeting in 10 minutes. But for now, I have Form Futura Galaxy Red that I'm waiting to...
that stuff is beautiful stuff.
Oh, yeah, I picked that up from Ron directly there. And then I've also got, which I guess he discontinued, but the Filaments.ca Tough PLA... Yeah, come on. You can focus on it there. Celestial Red.
Ooh, that is gorgeous.
Yeah, this stuff is...
The reason Ron discontinued that is he can't get it anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, I got 2 rolls of it here, so I can't taste it.
I'm jealous. Just jealous.
Okay, let me tell you a story about all this filament, okay?
I know, you went to Toronto.
Yes, I went to Toronto, but during that trip, I got upgraded to WestJet Silver, which gives me 2 free checked bags. So then I went to Vaughan Mills. I went and bought a new piece of luggage, and then I proceeded to go to filaments.ca and bought all the filaments because it's like,
And that's cheaper than shipping it, huh?
It was cheaper than shipping in this case.
Yeah.
Actually, no, because I spent like $50 on the
yeah, but then you just take it again when you go back.
Exactly.
Yeah, so in turn, it becomes your filament box for returning and taking.
Oh, yeah, and I've got a lot of filament boxes here. Actually, my last order from him was about 25 kilos.
Oh, Jesus.
So, yeah, my wallet's hurting a little bit right now because I've been dialing in the big boy downstairs, so I burned about 3 kilos on failed prints.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you modify all to hell, and now I've got a Meanwell 600-watt power supply coming in today, so that was another $150.
Yo, dude, why are you 600? Oh, yeah, because you're using the top bed, yeah. Forgot about that.
Actually, well, I bought, it's not even an AC bed, it's just it's a 24-volt bed, and it was saturating the 350-watt power supply to the point where if you breathe on it the wrong way, the entire thing power cycles, so... But you know what? It is humming away nicely right now. I've been learning a lot with the Marlin crew about some of the bugs going on with 32-bit boards, specifically the big Tree Tech boards. And there's a lot of workarounds we're having to put in right now. It's kind of a pain.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hadn't had a whole lot of problems with the SKR boards. They seem to work pretty well.
SKR is good. I'm talking about the E3s, though, the ones that run on the STM32 chipset.
Right, but the SKRs are also STM32.
No, the SKR 1.3 is LPC 1768.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Which is a much better chip. That's actually the one running on this CR10 behind me here.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I need to swap out the stupid Melzi board on my CR10. It just doesn't cut it.
Okay,
I can't even build any sort of bed leveling into the thing. I mean, it's doing the hardware mod is easy enough, right? Just mounting a sensor, but my God, trying to fit it into the memory space on that board is hopeless.
All right, so here's your lesson of the day. If you're going to go with that E3 board, now number one, go with the E3 dip and not the 1.3 or 1.2 there, because You can't replace the steppers on the Mini 1.2, but make sure you order the big TreeTech board either from the manufacturer directly, or make sure you talk with your seller and find out which chip is on the board, because the first couple of generations, the RCT6 chip only had 256 megs of storage on there, and you still actually had to strip out features just to fit all your items in. So things like your boot screen, TMC debug, and everything. So only now are you starting to get the there was like a hybrid generation of RCT6s that had double the memory, but now they should all be RET6s. So the RCT6, if you're not doing bed leveling, is fine, but once you start adding in bed leveling, you can fill up that memory.
Yeah.
Oh, ouch.
Ridiculously quick. It's brutal.
Well, I was just gonna get an SKR 1.4.
Yeah, I would.
That's a nice board.
Yeah,
You know what?
SK14.
If the price is like not that different, just go for the turbo. It's the exact same board layout. It's just a higher clock, and I've been finding that a lot. Well, this is the other learning of this week. There is that things like linear advance and junction deviation are so computationally expensive that even an 80 megahertz chip is going to struggle with that. So the higher clock frequency you can get in there, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
So
Anyways.
this is my friend Gene, who you're
Sorry, Gene. You get me on here. I don't share.
Colin.
Hey, and I was working with Gene over the last couple of weeks, and he came up with some optimizations for the face shield. I was wondering, we were talking earlier before you got here about whether these things are approved in certain areas for use. I guess you had handed them out.
So there is it's called ANSI. There is an Institute of Standardization.
All right.
And the standardization for the face shields is really you just follow the guidelines. You can get certificate from them, but I actually did call them, and they just refer me to their manual that says read the standards, and that's what standards you should meet. So if you
just tell them
you're doing it for sale, they would just have to list all the items that meet the requirements.
Right. So you could basically just say, yes, this meets the ANSI requirements as far as I can tell, and here it is.
That's correct. They advise if you do it in a big scale manufacturing, you're packaging it, they're advising to put it on the packaging. That's pretty much it. Yeah. The certification, I actually inquired terms of certification, and they said for those devices, they don't even need to be certified. But I mean, I may be wrong. They told me that I can list them on the bottom of the face shield packaging.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
So have you've been distributing these now, or I know you got
So 2 days ago, in the morning, I got a text from an anesthesiologist in Mount Sinai requesting them, said that his department is just ran out of them, and I was just happy to print a bunch, and by late afternoon I just delivered him a box. It's on 14th Street, Ioneer.
Yeah,
it felt good. Was very happy to help. So that just says in how much, and usually doctors, they're not gonna go online and say in which distress their facility is.
Yeah. I mean, I said
it was to the point when somehow he found me or found a post, and he just IM'd me.
Oh, this is not someone you knew otherwise. He just
no. We met a couple of years ago on some pharmaceutical dinner, and I think we just exchanged information, and he reached out to me just because he had my Facebook.
Huh.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's it.
I guess that's the way it goes. You can't really go through the procurement process for hospitals. You have to just go directly to the department head.
Oh yeah. If you had to go through the administration, it would take them nowhere.
Yeah.
Because
but so I'd be interested. I think folks here might be interested in the optimizations you made to the design.
Yeah, I have a few examples here just because I've been playing around with it. I think the main feature for a lot to consider, and again, thanks to Prusa research, I've been relying on Prusa research, and Colin, you've been very helpful on guiding me through this. But this was a previous design, and as anyone who prints knows that it's better to have those studs here just because it's a cleaner print, but it also leaves some space. So I just elevated those studs. That's number one. The other main thing that I did, I just, instead of the 4 studs, or sometimes there are 6 studs, I made 3 and I matched them with a regular 3-hole punch. So in order to make a transparency sheet that will mount on the frame, you don't need to have a CNC machine. You don't even need to have excuse me. Are you guys with me?
Yeah, we can still see you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Well, I can see you, but it's okay.
What happened?
I moved the screen.
Okay, well, you're still on.
Yeah, you're still
Okay.
on, so don't worry.
So you need to have those grids in order to mark the holes and punch it. But having this design is pretty cool because you can take a regular transparency sheet, just punch holes. Sorry.
But
Just
yeah,
punch-
it's a one-step thing. It's
just punch holes and you just mount.
Yeah.
I'll put. Okay, so I can't see you, but you're just gonna guide me if it's in.
Yep.
Okay.
So after I punch those holes, they mount directly on those studs, and you can change them as many times a day as you want. You can buy 100 of those vinyl sheets in Office Depot in one of those stores they vary. They start scaling the price up, but it went from $20 to maybe $40, $50. And that's it. And between patients, normally in a hospital setting, you want to change it after every patient, just because it's cheap and there was no deficiency. At this time, I've spoken to some healthcare providers, and maybe change it once a day. But again, it's as easy as just taking it off and putting just using a regular 3-hole punch. I also added a cool feature that. For example, the intubation team that requested some of the face shields, they need much more protection because they're facing patient's mouth, open mouth.
Yeah.
So I added also an interesting feature that looks like this. And all I've really done is I just cut right in the middle and I folded it. And then I put a tape, so it gave me this structure, which you can also mount on top of the face shield, and then you have connection. You have protection all around.
The one thing that the Prusa team did was they had the bottom mount. You found that wasn't worth it. The bottom.
No, it kept falling, and then if you really have to change it, then I tried to match those holes. I really tried to match. First of all, the hole sits so low that most of the time that I've done them, it would break it would chip the vinyl right through.
Right. Well, they're using
it will fall
plastic.
twice. Healthcare setting, it's not practical. Those patients are not designed for people who really go around the street. They're more designed for healthcare professionals that see. It doesn't have to be any healthcare work. It can be a cleaning lady.
Yeah. Now, just to let you know, Colin, they did remove that in the latest version that they made of the face shield. Yes, they've updated the face shield a little bit in the design, so they got rid of that chin thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. It's good to know. Yeah.
Because your version
it kept falling. It made no sense, especially if you want to change it. It looks great. It looks great because it kind of brings the whole face shield together.
Yeah.
But if you need to change it and you want to change it fast, the whole idea of this, you change it fast. You're using a 3-hole punch, you put another one. In fact, what I've done, I actually pre-punched it and usually when I ship it, I donate it to a hospital, or I have healthcare professionals that reach out to me and they ask where can I get them. I'm happy to ship them. I started a fundraiser. This fundraiser allow us to really ship it. But I'll just pre-punch a dozen and I'll send it to them, so they have a good example of how to do so.
Yeah.
Are you looking for outside help to help you get these shields printed, or have you?
Absolutely. Yeah, again, thanks to Collins, and so they guided me through and helped me with this. I definitely wanted to spread the word around because the whole idea of what I'm trying to do is just to, I'm raising money so we can help those professionals right away. I've been shipping boxes, going to the post office 2 to 4 times a day just to ship it to professionals around New York. Also, I wanted to show you an interesting feature. I don't know if you guys, I haven't seen anyone online done it, maybe familiar, but I added a hinge, and many of you would say it's a PLA material. Like, living hinges don't work on PLA, they break. That's true. I've tested it, and it allows about 40 to 50 mobilizations before it actually breaks. But if you're sitting and you're making it next to your printer, as soon as it's done, and when the temperature drops to 150 and you take it off, you just need to give it a little open, a little flex in the hinge, and this is where the hinge is. As opposed to the previous, and this is the previous Prusa model, you know how it sits? It presses behind your temples. It's bad. I've given it to a cousin of mine, Yuri, in pharmacy. He said he tolerated it for about 20 minutes, and then it was killing him right here. And that's true. If you wear it for a while, it's not going to distribute the pressure correctly. But having those hinges, and if you're not yanking on them, it sits really nice. It just opens it up a little. There are cases when it breaks, but if you're not really playing with it, I keep doing those tests, and on average, it gives me about 40 folds, aggressive folds before it breaks. But again, if you're using it for gently, and most of the time it sits on you, it really coats the temples and behind your back, so you can barely feel it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, at some level, you want to say, well, it's an emergency. Who cares how it feels? But the fact is, if you're wearing it all the time, you need to make it possible to wear. I mean, there are pictures of healthcare workers who end up putting Band-Aids on their nose to protect against the
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's tough. Anyone who puts this on, they can feel it right away. You can take it for a couple of minutes. My cousin works in a pharmacy, and he stands with his gloves, his mask, and the face shield, and he can't adjust it because then he's going to contaminate the area.
Right.
So you have to stand. You have to tolerate the pressure, or if you move it, if you adjust it, you'll have to change gloves and go through the whole sterile procedure.
Yeah, and the sheets stick on there nice and tight. I notice that they don't fall off or anything like that.
Well, that was my concern. With the 3 pins, I thought it would not hold firmly, but it does.
It does. It holds really firmly. It never fell. In fact, it never even chipped. I purchased those reinforcers around. It's called the holes for the sheet holes.
Yeah, I know what those little rings that you used to buy for the papers.
Right.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of time. It's a lot of it's about practicality. You have to hit really on top of it, but you don't even need it. I've done a bunch of tests. I'm really pulling it off on different angles. Doesn't come off. And the question about if it coats it nicely, absolutely. I have a couple of face shields here that it really coats it nicely. And I'm going to take the top layer, and I'm going to show that there's no visible holes or anything.
Well, that's good to see that it actually sticks and stays there. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
What do you think
Yeah,
of
I think
the
that-
other
I
ones that
think
are out
that-
there too? There's a thinner one that's been made that a lot of people have been printing with the curves on the thing. Have you looked at that one too?
I did. I think I know what you're talking about. I haven't printed one. I did see, and I've seen they're talking about it, and I think they're printing it under like half an hour per single one. That
Yeah.
was pretty cool. I wasn't sure if it's going to maintain the height. I like the height, and I want those frames to be more of a for permanent use, as opposed to the one that the small one that they're manufactured. It seems like it almost looks like they're disposable.
And I think that's what that the hospitals want is one that they can dispose of, throw it away after a day of use.
And I think that because the problem is to change the vinyl. The problem is to change the vinyl. Not everybody going to have the CNC. I have people that reaching out to me and asking me if I have access to CNC machine because they want to make holes in those transparent sheets. They're going to match the regular designs, the previous designs, and no, I mean I don't have access to CNC machine, but I have access to a 3-hole puncher. So it works.
I mean, every office has them, and it works really fast. So, what was the draft angle you finally settled on to get those?
Yeah, I listened to you. I did the 45. I was trying to, to create kind of like a smaller angle just to have a stronger. But then I went with the 45-degree angle. Yes.
Yeah. It's sometimes the conventional wisdom wins out.
Right. Yeah. Colin advised me. I kept printing. I wanted to make a smaller angle since I elevated the studs and I did not want to create support underneath just to save time and the material. But yeah, on the bottom of it, I still had to make this 45-degree elevation just so it will work out.
And that's the file right there, correct?
That's correct. This is the file with the hinge, and I must say that anyone who makes the hinge, they really have to be there to like come in and just bend it. It's the same theory of injection molding. If you want the living hinge to really be a true living hinge, they have to come in and bend it. And again, it's about like 2 or 3 movements, just giving it stretching the fibers. And that's it. You should not be playing with it again, because I've tested it on many different ones. If you play after about 40 times, it will break. It's about 0.7 milli. It's about 0.7 or so millimeter in the living hinge, the portion itself. So it will break. Now I went with an advice online, and they recommend 0.3 millimeters, but 0.36 millimeters. 0.36 millimeters does break.
Yeah.
So it was unfortunate because I did follow the guidelines, but eventually they said that PLA is not really built for
Right.
it.
Well, it is all about the material. You could probably get better results out of PETG.
Yeah. Also, those little ears that's supposed to hold. Thanks to Colin. The previous design has had this kind of structure, trapezoid-like looking structure. If you try to put a regular band on it, I kind of tested it. So
It slides right off because of the
slides
angle.
right off.
Yeah.
Versus if you're just gonna make it those. Colin, what would you call this structure?
I don't know. It's sort of an H.
A thicker button.
It's
like a
sort of
button
an H
almost.
formation with a bridge.
Right.
So.
It goes right in. That's it. You can pull it up, down, left, right. Here you just have maybe 1 degree of freedom. You can pull it down, it doesn't slide. Once you pull it up, boom, it's gone.
Yeah.
So that's definitely helpful, especially when people reaching out, putting around their band and around their hair or so.
So someone's asking a question here, and it's from Mr. Buttram. He puts a thing. How does the living hinge work in PETG? Have you actually tested using PETG to in the design, and have you noticed if PETG is required or not?
So, Colin, can you help me with the
Well,
pet peeve?
I've not tried it, but in theory, PETG is more flexible than PLA, so the hinge should be more effective. But likewise, if you print the thing in PP, you're going to be in in the living hinge wheelhouse, right? Polypropylene will be great. The question with polypropylene is whether or not the studs will actually bend as well, which obviously would be undesirable. But PETG seems like a good middle ground in that regard.
Just want to add, I tried to print with the forgot what it's called. Yeah, there's something I got on Prusa, the FlexFill 98A.
Oh God.
Yeah, but that stuff
It gave me a lot of trouble.
It does.
I had
It's
no success.
the stuff is like rubber. I mean, you're not gonna.
Yeah.
It is. It's just I had no success with it whatsoever.
No, you might be able to, if, for example, you had a multi-material printer, you could use that material for the hinge. But I still think
or for a band.
No, you could print bands with it, but you're much better off just using elastics. I mean, the whole point of Gene's design here is that you can use office supplies to refit the thing.
Yeah, I actually am probably going to be printing out this one because I know a lot of healthcare workers that work in an old age home need some type of shield, and I actually have kicking around the old binder plastics that you used to use for covering sheets and whatever.
Yep.
So I'm gonna grab a couple of those, see how they're gonna fit them
And
properly.
those are actually probably thicker than the
They're about 6 mil thickness, is what they 0.6. So
those are probably thicker because these are like 3 mil, right?
Yeah. But they're also floppy, so I don't know how it's going to look. I'm going to have to play around with it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. The curvature and the pin alignment reduces the floppiness quite substantially. I mean, you could bend up the bottom of the thing, but you'd have to actively hit something in order to do that.
Yeah, so I'm going to have a look into that stuff. But also there's like one of my friends, John Mack, as he's in the chat, I think still, he said he used an old binder duotang, I guess the plastic fronts, and it's just shuffling them off and then 3-hole punching them and then fitting them for a certain mask also that use 3-hole punch.
Yeah. That works nicely.
Also, Ron, if you decide to make it the regular design, so this is the hinge design, but we need to keep in mind that those hinges have life. So, for example, when I was sending it to the Department of Anesthesiology, I wanted to be safe, so I took I took my previous design without the hinge design, and I just used the torch to open it up.
Yeah.
So that was like a bigger. So here, this is the example of the one that opened up. It just gave them a little bit more. It reassured me that it's not here. It reassured me that it's not gonna break.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I can understand that.
Yeah. So in this case, I was like, it's more about confidence, making sure that it's not gonna fail at some point, because this one, the hinged one, does have lifespan.
The lifespan.
This one probably can go as long as they practice.
Now you have another design up on Thingiverse that has the no hinge design.
Right, that's correct. And
yeah, I think
to be sure, I would probably go with the same 3-hole punch design with elevated studs with no hinge, and I'm just gonna use. I was looking to get those like acrylic plastic benders that you bend acrylic. Unfortunately, it takes 2 months for them to arrive.
Yeah,
I can understand how that could be a little bit of a
right. So I used my old torch that I used for my resin art stuff, and I open it, and I heat it up just slightly, open, and then put on my forehead, open a little here, Now, most of the time it fits all, because once I send it to a couple of healthcare professionals that asked me, and I adjusted it based on myself. Most of the time, it will fit most people. You know, this is too rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you can see where the pressure points will go.
Yeah.
That's it.
So
So,
someone asked a
you said
question
you're-
also, or a suggestion. Rover was asking suggestion for the hinge design us so you can use filament as a pin. I'm not sure what he meant by that, but then he
I
replies
think-
as this here. He meant us equals ISE and. So I'm not sure what he's asking.
I don't know what
there.
that is.
I'm
Me
just
either.
assuming, because I did have an idea just to create, two connections that go this, and like a regular hinge with the pin coming through it. I think that's what he meant.
Yeah, the problem I see with that is you probably can't maintain a stiffness of the thing that you need to keep it on your face.
That's correct. That's a big one.
Because
Yeah, that's
that
what I
would
was thinking
depend,
too.
that would depend on friction between the pin and the outer plastic, which would deteriorate the plastic more quickly and would run into problems.
And
There's
then
probably no perfect solution for hinges like that, but
you also mentioned Colin. You also mentioned when we were working on that. You mentioned the element of how do you sanitize it? Is it easy to sanitize?
yeah, well, I mean, obviously you can't
incongruencies.
heat it, so
Yeah, it just leaves more space for bacteria to get in through.
yeah. Oh well, so the issue there was you don't want a lot of curves and a lot of interior
Exactly.
joints and so on, but you obviously you can't heat it for sanitizing it, but you can use UV. So I don't know. You would know better than I. What percentage of hospitals do UV sanitization for devices?
Frankly, I've never seen anyone use UV in a hospital. My dentist used UV to sanitize his appliances, but I've never seen, because most of the stuff in a hospital is disposable, unless we're talking about surgical supplies, and then I know that they're being sent for a special, treatment.
Yeah.
Whatever that involves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that hospitals don't have their own sanitation set up, for these type of things.
You're right. You're right.
Well,
But,
I mean, it's amazing to me the popularity of all the outbreak type movies, and one of the things that one of the great scenes in one of the greatest of those movies was the UV sanitization scenes in the Andromeda Strain, which at that time in the late 70s was revolutionary. But I don't know. I guess that technique never really.
Well, also there's a scene in Outbreak where they use it too.
Right, but but the point is, beyond movies, that technique actually works.
Yeah,
It's interesting why it hasn't been adopted.
it could be just the cost of it. It could be there's not a lot of studies that prove that this coronavirus is affected by it. That they feel that this is not a valid reason for it. Maybe, who knows?
I don't know. But pretty much everything is affected by it. That's sort of the point.
Yeah, but are viruses though? Bacteria, yes. Viruses are a totally different beast altogether. Because they are protein.
I am not a doctor. I don't know.
Well, I know that they're a protein virus. This is considered like a protein virus that it injects itself into your own cells to help create more of its own cells.
Yeah.
And to teach this, and it goes after the antibodies to make it think, oh, I'm a friendly virus, and it infects those too, making it think, oh, I don't have to fight this, and then all of a sudden your antibodies start realizing this is bad for us. Let's fight it then. So. Sorry, I've done a little bit of reading and books that have explained this have been kind of saying this is more of a protein-based idea and the way it works and how they break down the structure, layman's terms, basically.
Liquid or mist. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
to get people understanding, hey, this is how the virus works for laymen that want to know how it works, that aren't
Yeah.
scientists. So to say.
Well, Tom was saying that liquid or mist are better, but yeah, I mean that just defines the limited lifespan of the frame. Still, you can get a couple of days used out of a frame safely, and especially in a time of lack of resources, you can stretch these things as needed.
Mhm.
So
Um,
you said
I-
you were raising money to fund some of this.
oh yeah, absolutely. I've been doing it from a single Prusa printer. I'm facing this way. I see myself facing this way.
That's okay. We understand.
I'm like, where's the printer? Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I started doing it from a single printer, quickly realizing it's just not enough. I've been doing it, especially when this height of the about end of March when it started. I've been running the printer about 20 hours, waking up at night. I can still feel the printer working even when I'm outside.
You hear the high pitched whine of the stepper
Yeah.
motors.
Yeah. So, and then I realized that it's just a lot more help is needed, and I started this GoFundMe, raised some money thanks to family, friends, Facebook friends. They definitely helped. So I have acquired 6 more printers.
Well, if you want to put
so
up
you ordered 2 last I spoke. You got 6 more. Geez.
Yes.
Well, if you want to give me your
So when
link,
are you
I'll post it.
After your recommendation, you said it's a good deal. I just went for it.
Okay, hang on. Gene, if you want to send me your link to the GoFundMe,
Absolutely.
if you can send that to me in private chat, I'll post it up in the chat so everyone can join it if they want to be involved. If they want to get involved,
Sounds good. Yeah, again, it's all going for that cause. I'm a volunteer.
The other thing that would be really useful is
she
if
volunteers. We assemble them, we put them together. I have a little factory here, and all those 7 printers are going to go into my physical therapy office. So instead of seeing patients there, I'm going to be printing shields.
It's cool.
good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, makes sense. I mean, I know a lot of hospitals now are getting into 3D printing for to look at like heart repair or something like that.
Right.
And I'm just surprised that the hospitals haven't said, okay, we're going to turn our printers on 24/7 to help print these. I've not heard any hospitals saying that.
So
have you heard about any hospitals that are making their own face shields because
of the
shortage?
I've seen some campaigns online when hospitals want their goal is to buy like 100 printers and print like 2,000 a day. I see a problem here because I don't know if they're working on quantity or quality if they want to make it disposable. I don't believe that should be disposable, at least after like maybe a week or so. But they kind of try to make it a one-time use. Not sure if it's a good. For me, a good use of it is having one of these and just having a disposable vinyl. That's a good use to me. They're buying a lot of printers that's just so they can make a lot of them disposable, and I'm not sure which designs they use. But I'm a little bit in terms of saving material, making it more practical, and they're doing it because they're using the designs which require CNC machines, so they're working on a larger scale. I'm working on a scale that anyone can just do that.
Yeah.
Any healthcare working can 3-hole punch it and administer on the front desk and go with it.
Now, the other thing that we did was we were looking for other people who had printers in New York, and most of the maker spaces, I guess, were closed. Did you have any luck finding ones that were open?
No. Yeah, you told me about this maker. I called them. They have a Brooklyn and I think a Staten Island and Brooklyn location. Yeah. And I called both of them. They were both closed. Again, I'm not surprised just because.
Yeah, it's certainly a non-essential business.
Yeah.
In that sense.
And Ron, I'm sending you right now a link. Just let me know if you.
Okay, I see it here. Okay.
Okay.
Add that to it.
Yeah, and.
Oh, it's a long one. Okay. Nice.
But but it'll be helpful if anyone knows of folks in New York who have printers that can print these things. Gene could probably help with the
Also, if it helps,
with
again,
identifying people that need to actually receive them.
absolutely. 2 days ago, I opened a page on Facebook. I called it "Face Shields for Us," and the idea is really to anyone who wants to help, because a lot of good people want to help and contribute. They have their own printer, they have access to designs and so on. They want to start. So I thought it would be a good connector between those who need and those who are able to manufacture. And again, I throw my stuff into one of the little boxes from UPS and ship it. If it's I have people who requested it to be shipped overnight. It was slightly more expensive, but if you ship it regular crate, it's about $8. And again, this fundraiser that I've started should be covering the cost. It's nothing for the healthcare worker. That's it.
So how is the pandemic shaping up in New York at this point? Is it finally reaching its peak in the next week or so?
Yes, I think it's flattening the curve. There's more deaths, but there are less new cases compared to what was before. New York is empty. It's a ghost town. Like I've been sending pictures on Park Avenue from 23rd Street. You can see the MetLife building on 42nd where Grand Central is. There's almost no cars.
Wow.
I've seen a video of someone playing tennis on 42nd Street against the wall, standing on the road.
Hey, Gene. Never Let the Machines Win. Mike just posted out something that might be interesting to you. Has anyone ever reached out to the guy out at the GMAX folks? Aren't they in New York? GMAX is a maker. They make big, huge printers, so they could probably help you out if you guys haven't talked to them yet.
They
Are they in New York?
Joel Telling works with them a lot, right?
No, Joe Tellingsmore works with ProPlasta and all the printer companies. I don't know if he's ever met guys. I know he's talked to GMAX before at like Murph, but that's about it.
Yeah,
I don't think he owns any of their printers. I'm not sure.
I'm sure they're allocating their resources where they can, but let's go see where GMAX is actually located.
I'm just pulling up their information right now. GCreate, which is who owns them. I believe GCreate is in gcreate.com. Where are they located? About GCreate HQ. They're in the Brooklyn Navy Yards, according to this.
Oh wow. So info at gcreate.com. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or
I didn't realize they were New York based.
Yeah, it says GCreate headquarters NYC, in-house at Building 77.
Huh.
So
good catch.
Yeah. I'll post this in the script so we can see it. What I'm looking at here. Share screen. Application window is this one right here. So these guys are known as GCreate. They may be able to help you out a little bit because they have thousands of printers on base.
Oh wow!
And that's one of their areas there, as you can see. That's the building that they're in, the Brooklyn Navy Yard 77.
Wow.
And that is their shop right there that they work and build and produce 3D prints.
I would assume that they're actively
that's a new area. That's what it looks like nowadays.
Already, but it's certainly worth reaching out to them.
Yeah, and there's part of their shop again that you can see. Beautiful shop they got there, though.
I don't know how can they afford so much real estate there.
Well, the Navy Yards. What was the deal with the Navy Yards? They had a redevelopment effort in what, like
I
2010?
mean, the whole section of Brooklyn Heights got, you know,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
rebuilt the park, the front. GQ.
Yeah. So, if you want to look at them, that's, they may be able to help you out. And
That's
I mean, guys like this, they
Impressive.
work on a big scale. I'm sure that they are aware what's going outside and how they can help. I mean, it's interesting. I'm
still worth
surprised there's
reaching out.
nothing on their website that indicates that they be manufacturing or donating anything.
well, I think if you email them, they'll probably they'll probably let you know what's going on. The email is info@gcreate.com.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Definitely send them an email and see what they say, and they might be able to help you out a little. They might have not even heard this project, and they might jump all over it.
I don't think that. No, they're relatively active in the community. I'm sure they've
Oh, they
heard
are active, but
of this.
there's
but
sometimes those shields just don't get mentioned about. Honestly, I've
Well,
never
it-
heard about this till now.
the thing
So.
with the Prusa shields is they require a CNC a laser cutter, and I don't know why they would have started with a design that is inaccessible in that way.
That's
I
a
really
question
do.
we don't know. Maybe they just thought that their idea was the best thing that they could come up with at the time.
Well, the thing is, they were trying to solve a specific problem in Prague, and they had the equipment so they could do it. I'm sure they didn't,
Ron,
it wasn't about sharing it.
before I adjusted the studs to make it fit for a regular 3-hole puncher, I did do their way. I have all the grids that are needed in order to make holes. And let me
Yeah.
tell you, to make holes using a single hole puncher, first of all, a single hole puncher that goes through this vinyl is getting destroyed after about 100 punches. It's a hard material to go through.
Yeah.
I had to go through 4 single punchers, and it's tough. It's tough to hit exactly the spots. Again, the practicality of it, it's like you use it once and you don't want to create it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can understand the wear and tear. I get that completely. It's just I don't know why they didn't. Now, according to what they're telling me here, it looks like they had to get approval in Prague. Well, that makes sense. Prague has some certain rules.
Well,
they
that
just
was
can't use
the thing. That it was my assumption that there was some European standard for bound paper punches that had the 5 holes, and that
Maybe
was there.
Maybe I don't have the 3-hole punch like you do.
But I don't know. I think that's a European standard, but I'm not sure.
Could be something that they thought was the better one, or they had to go buy a real face shield to get approval, so they had to look at the face shield itself and figure out how can we make this work with us, and
Yeah.
so they probably came up with that design.
Euro 888. Okay.
Yeah. Circuit probably not, because the circuit can only cut through a certain amount of vinyl, and the circuit requires special vinyl, and I know the circuit would not be able to cut through 3 or 6 mil vinyl, depending on the type of cut it has to make, where a hole punch could cut through that with no problem, because the amount of force and pressure you have to put with your hands would make the hole. I'm just answering to the question of, could we just use a vinyl cutter? Probably not. I played with circuits, and I know the type of paper has to be a certain width and everything else. Can't take anything thicker than a certain mil. So
Yeah.
circuit would probably do okay, but you'll probably wreck the blades in less than a week. After making like 10 or 15 of them, you have to replace it. So
Yeah.
I can't see the circuit being a good use of a cutter. But then again, the Machines Win came up with something. He's like, most makers have laser cutters.
No,
I don't.
No, that's not true. No, maybe you have a laser cutter.
Well, he says most maker spaces have laser cutters.
That's true. Yes,
That is true. But laser cutters, to have a human being on one, very rare.
but the thing is, you want to minimize the number of steps required to build these things. The whole point is efficiency. And, like anything, you have an initial design that meets the objectives, and then you have refinements. And, Gene's design isn't the only one that does, uses the overhead projector sheets, and it isn't the only one that reduces the number of studs involved. But it seems like a really good combination of all of those features. So, anyway.
Yeah. Mike's like, whoa, read the words. It's like, no. We weren't commenting that I misread it. I do apologize.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got this
And
nasty.
Ron, maybe you should, you definitely should specify, because the two designs there, one is with the hinges, the one without the hinges.
Yeah, so if you go
Depends on
to
which cast they're using it, the hinges are more sensitive, so they will be more prone to break. And there's a test for them, and I test them once in a while. I took 10 after printing of 10 hours, and I just tested 10 of them, and the average was about 40 times that I can go and mobilize the joints. And also depends if you do the initial hinge mobilization straight after. If you wait until it cools down, then it's gonna break after less.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying as soon as they finish printing.
Oh, as soon as you finish, you have to, once it's around 120, 145, just put it on, do one this. You can customize it to your head just by putting it on, bending it on one side, bending it on the other side, and it's done. But if you want to just make it more durable, you have one shot to make it. Yeah, you can do the other, the regular one. Again, if you don't have access to a torch or to a acrylic plastic heater, that's fine, and you can print more of this.
Yeah, so the other design is if you click on Gene's profile page in Thingiverse, you'll see both designs.
Okay.
They're there separately. I mean, arguably we could put them in the same.
I did put the link down as a scrolling message on here so people can see it, so they can help you out, and print their own. And I've also put the link out there, so if you guys can help them at the GoFundMe campaign, that would be great. And it just, makers uniting, helping out a cause is what we do.
Yeah.
We have the printers. We might as well use them. Now,
Right.
Have you talked to the guys over at Repcord? Have you talked to Pooch or any of them? Because they're running a Shields Up campaign to get these shields out to hospitals and such. Or have you?
Which design are they using over there?
They're using the CNC also stepped up too, and they're making them all. But they're using the original Prusa design because they have the laser cutters and they're running
They
the
have the
full
laser
tilt.
cutter, right?
Yeah. I just wonder if Gene, have you heard of that yet or no?
No, and I'm
Okay.
writing it down. How do you spell it?
His name is Pooch, Pooch, I think
What's
it
he-
is.
Dave Puccinelli or something. Anyway,
Yeah.
But he's out of Florida, I think. He's got a Facebook page. What's the name of his page? Or a Facebook group that he's using to organize this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't remember the name of it.
So it's nice about the Facebook. Yesterday, I created a Facebook page. I may be going on a little report with Russian TV, and they asked me to have some sort of a quick link so people can log in. So I created a Facebook page as well. But it's really designed to bring the creative minds and those who have access to 3D printing.
Yeah, I mean,
People who need it,
actually
instead of reaching out directly to me, can just post a request on this page and go with it.
Yeah, if you go to that link I just sent up on the private chat to you, if you click on that, that's their official, that's Repcord's official Twitter page, and on there they got a link to their Shields Up campaign that they're doing on org.
Fantastic, that's great.
opshieldsup.org, and they're asking makers, printers, anyone can help make these face masks. That's what they're looking for right now.
A good question to ask those guys: how they expect those face shields to be worn? And this is something that I still haven't gotten direct answer from the manufacturers. Do they want their face shields to be for a one-time use or for multi-use?
From what I've been hearing, most of the hospitals are just saying one-time use. Now they're suggesting they print their stuff off of PETG. Now, each differs on their own.
Yeah. Okay.
The one-time use thing seemed to be come out of the initial feeling that this wasn't going to be as much of an emergency and as much of a lack of
Right.
resources as it has turned out to be. So, I mean, you can see on their Facebook posts by nurses who are crying in filing closets about not having the necessary materials to do their job.
Colin, I agree with you, and
So
that's a big thing. People retain what they have, so they're probably not changing. Now, I work, I'm a physical therapist. I work in a hospital for 8 years. Can tell you that you should not be walking in the same mask to another patient's room. Not about, this is just a hygienic guidelines for not transmitting. If someone
Sure.
with an isolation precaution, you're not walking in the same mask. So now it's about retention. Healthcare don't have enough. Now, I wish we could get some hands-on non-woven polypropylene, the one that the N95 I made off.
Yep.
That's the fabric, but this fabric right now is in huge demand, and we could make maybe a protective face masks. That would be amazing. But for that, we really need this filter.
Right. Well, apparently,
Yeah, that's the problem. It's the filter part. Is
Yeah.
the problem.
apparently the 3M allergen ultra allergen HVAC filter is of the same material. There are a bunch of designs out there, people who are chopping up HVAC filters and putting them into 3D printed frames for masks. That seems a little iffy to me.
I read an article about the Japanese designer who designed the material for the N95, and he somehow he used electricity to build ions inside this material, which block even more of the different pathogens and viruses. So this material, not only a regular material, it's also somehow been electromagnetically reinforced. No, it's.
I wonder how.
No,
long
I'm
that
reading a post
characteristic
from Buttram.
Oh,
It's like, let me just post this up here so you can have a look what we're talking about. If we had $1 for every time Red Light said face palm, I'll be able to afford the correct PPE.
Yeah.
Red Light's one of our friends who's known for saying some weird stuff, for buying printers and never taking them out of the box. About I think 50. I think it was like 8 of them already before he took them out of the box.
Well, now would be a good time to take them out of the box.
Yeah. Well, he finally took them out of the box last year.
Yeah.
So we're like, oh my God, he's unboxing a printer. Oh my God. So we're giving him a hard time. So
Yeah.
that's all it's all about. So if you saw me just going, oh, good Lord.
So
was just laughing
I
at
don't
them.
know. I don't know what the longevity of an ionically charged or electromagnetically treated fabric is. I mean, when does it lose its ionic
in
charge?
general, it's supposed to be for a single use.
Yeah. And it's only last.
I'm talking about in the time between the time of manufacture and in its packaging.
It's a very good point. I don't think they have end life.
They actually do.
They do.
They
They
do.
I mean,
do.
everything. You're right. I shouldn't be saying that. Everything had end life. If I said not something has no end life, it means it's just not a.
Yeah.
It's carbon.
Yeah. No,
Even
it
carbon,
has
I think,
it has an end life, I think, of 5 to 6 years if unopened.
Yeah.
Once open and used, it has a life, I believe, of 48 hours, and that's it.
Okay.
Huh.
And they say even though they can only use them for 12 to 14 hours. They will lose their charge after multiple uses. So now they're trying to figure out how to charge them and how to clean them without them losing the charge. But you got to remember, there's ions are in there. They don't last forever.
Yeah.
So
I
I
don't
wonder.
have-
And I studied physics.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the difference between the medical grade N95s and the industrial grade N95s.
That's a good question. And there's no way to
Very
know
good
that unless
question.
we were
Very good
scientists.
question.
But
Yeah.
well, I mean, I'm sure the specification is out there somewhere. I'm sure if we dig through the 3M website, it'll be up there.
Oh, yeah. Dig from the years, the patents that they own.
Maybe, or
That's
it would
only,
just be
yeah.
specified in the product specifications.
but is the patent office open? That's the question.
Their website is.
They should. They work remotely. Have you tried to get in touch with them? You can't even get in touch with them when you're calling on
I
a
know.
normal day.
Patent office is almost impossible to get a hold of anyone there.
Uh,
I had to dig through an old archive because I want to find out about a patent my uncle made a long time ago for a tea kettle to heat water. Apparently, that they patented a design that a lot of companies used after the patent had expired.
Sure.
And I've actually gone into doing a little bit more research, and it looks like a lot of companies were stealing patents at the time and never registered the patent, but used their patent, but never paid for the rights to use the patent. So now I have someone that's a lawyer that's looking into that to tell me if there is
There's got to be a limit of liability there after 50 years or something.
Oh, I know, but there's been designs previous to that they designed that they put out on the market that have been implemented by other companies following their same design and everything else, stealing their patent that they weren't even aware of, which I was able to dig up.
Huh.
So
that's cool. A patent is expensive. I've been going. I told you, Colin. It's a very expensive process. So if your family member have done that and haven't gotten credit,
yeah, that's.
I
I mean,
law is dedicated to it.
Like $5 to $50 grand to file a patent, and then $500 grand to defend one. And really, patent is useless until you have to defend it because,
yeah,
the other
but apparently
you patent something that's useless that no one wants to rip off.
No. Apparently, what happened was my grandfather got into my uncle got into the idea of building his own tea kettles, and came up with a design to develop the tea kettle. Came with a design to keep the element from touching the metal, and heating up the water properly. The only problem is when they designed that, they found lead in the water, and they thought the lead was coming from the plant, so they shut down the plant. When in turn, it was actually coming from the city's water supply, had lead in it. And the lead was leaking into their supply when they were building these kettles and testing them.
That's very cool.
So they shut down the company, and because they couldn't get the city to agree that it's their water supply, they had no other choice but to shut down. And after years of litigation,
Well, this is what, 40 or 50
decided to settle.
years ago?
This is going back about 20, 30, 40 years
30
now?
years?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. 20 or 30 years ago, you'd think there would be more constraints on lead and water, but
No, but back at that time, they were just changing all the pipes over to a non-lead format.
Right.
It's a lot of history. Like if you look at the history of cities, how they built themselves and everything else, you can find a lot of interesting aspects to the health industry and how much has changed so much, from lead to non-lead pipes and why they used lead at the time and why they thought it was safe when it wasn't safe and lead paints and everything.
Well, that's one of the nicest things about New York. They have the best city water of any city I've ever spent time in.
Actually, Toronto's water is pretty good too.
It's all coming. Well, okay, in the U.S.
Okay, in the U.S.
It's all coming out of the Adirondacks. It's great.
Yeah. But you guys also use water towers in the U.S. a lot, don't you? Especially in New York because of the water system. They use the water towers a lot more.
I don't know.
I'm trying to
I
remember
don't know
how
the
it works
details of it.
exactly.
Yeah, with the pressure, you mean? You need to have the pressure.
They need to have the
Yeah.
pressure to push
Yeah.
the water back down into the pipe system.
Yeah.
So the
You know what?
idea was to put them up on buildings to promote water flow, so they didn't have to use pumps or anything like that to push water
You know
everywhere.
what? There's so many sky rises that are being built right now, and I see everything on them, including towers, including monumental. I don't see those conventional water reservoir on tops of
No,
them.
they seem,
Not anymore,
seem to
but
have
they
been
used to be
limited-
used a lot more than you think.
They seem to have been limited to buildings that were built between like 1930 and 1970, from what I can tell.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But
Because at the time it was pumping water was expensive. That's why they
Yeah.
went
Mm.
that way, where they could put them on buildings to promote water flow, and it worked to, I think, to about 3% to 5% more. It was a way to get pressure to water, to get water traveling everywhere. So it's actually an interesting story to that one too. So yeah, a little bit of a history buff too, and study stuff, and
so how are things looking up in Canada these days?
not good. We have about, all our borders are closed right now, only for emergency needs only. Let me think. In Ontario alone, everything is closed except for grocery stores, pharmacies, gas stations, any store that sells any cleaning product or home product. Right now, they've issued all hardware stores to be closed. They've issued all non-essential. This also includes barbers, and the rest of them are all gone, are all closed. There is a Ontario-wide now ban on buildings, new building structures. So that means if you're in construction, unless you are considered mandatory, need to be done repairs, you are supposed to not be working. Pet food stores are now closed.
Whoa.
All because pet store people weren't paying attention, because actual stores were doing their due diligence, but people were being stupid as usual. What else is?
How about liquor stores?
Liquor stores are still open because
I
they
love,
said,
I love how that's essential. That's
and I'll explain why that's
In New
essential.
York, not anymore. They closed them.
really.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I
Yeah.
know out here it's, and I understand their thought on this.
Maybe
and
not
I
all.
really,
of them, but
yeah.
most of the one I've seen.
And I understand their thoughts on this. They said people that are alcoholics and that are drinking, they are in the worst shape. But if they were to get off of alcohol, if we close those stores, we'd have an influx of alcoholics going into hospitals, needing the detox help. But with the hospitals at the strain capacity they are, with ICUs being packed, with people being sick with COVID, we want to keep it down to a minimum. That's why we're still keeping liquor stores and the beer stores open to prevent that from happening. Do we agree that alcoholism is a problem? Yes. Can we deal with it right now with the pandemic that we have right now? Our hospitals are at full max, and we don't want that extra problem happening to us. And I was like, that makes more sense to me than anything else.
Well, North Carolina, as far as
I
I
agree
know,
with that.
alcohol sales have doubled. So
Yeah. But that's what I've been hearing from our from the government. Pot stores were closed. They started closing all the pot stores, for weed, but now they've reopened them only to curbside business only. So what that means is that you can still buy your weed. You buy it through the store, you buy it online, and then they will hand deliver it to you on the curb. They will not.
Isn't that what usually what previous pot sales looked like?
Pot sales? Yeah, exactly. From the druggies. Yeah.
They've gone back to the drug dealer model of we'll hand it to you as you drive by.
No, but they're saying like it'll be delivered in such a way that it's contact, that we're not touching each other,
Yeah.
that you come, you present your information, we verify it, and we go back in this shop and we bring it out to you and hand it and put it on the table, and you just take it and go on your merry way. And I thought, okay, well, if they're going to do that, That's fine. But the idea first was to close the pot stores, and now they're reopening them. They're allowing them to do certain things that they can do because they decided that, well, there are people that wanna and they need it because they deal with certain things, and they decided to legalize it. And it's a long story. Canada's weird that way.
By the way, Ron, does medical marijuana in Canada requires prescription from a doctor?
It does, but now because of the marijuana laws got so relaxed, not anymore. From what I know, you can just go out and buy what you want to smoke. But if you need more than that, I believe you still need a prescription, but I'm not sure how that works exactly.
But it's a limit of quantity.
I think so.
It's based on the doctor, what he writes, what he prescribes.
Yeah, and I think there are some companies that say, okay, if you want to smoke the marijuana and it is under prescription, then I think some companies are paying for it somehow. I'm not sure how it all works in the aspect of like, if we like out here, we have free healthcare, but we still pay for prescriptions, dental, and anything else under the sun that's not covered under our Medicare plans. So stuff like prescriptions. Some people have insurance for prescriptions. I know myself, I used to have insurance for prescriptions, and I had insurance for dental. And with the prescriptions, I was on a drug that was considered about $300. They covered it, which was great when they were covering it. But I'm on some new medication, which doesn't cost me that much. But I did see on my form, we do cover prescription marijuana at the time, but we only cover up to so much money. You have to pay the other half. There was like a 50-50. So if you had that on your plan, some of these people do have it because they're ill and drugs aren't working for them. So they're going to the stronger drug. They're going to cover 50% of that. Maybe that's why they still need a prescription, and they have to order it, and it comes in the mail in a discrete package. You don't know it's marijuana until you open it up and you see all the chemicals packed in there.
Now it's people stress, they need to mellow down, and there's a whole mental health program that's being launched in New York for people to reach out. It's huge. We don't realize about how many people just calling and reaching out for psychologists and and people, volunteers with training. But medical marijuana is now prescribed even for back pain. If you have, I think that there's some protocols. If you have back pain for more than 3 months, it considered to be as one of the pain management tactics. Yeah. And in New York, they can get it. Well, I have a friend actually that does telehealth for marijuana prescription he's licensed in many states. So he does the marijuana prescription telehealth.
Yeah. Out here we have Telehealth Ontario. Okay. And they're asking people, if you think you have COVID, call our number. We will get you the information of where you have to go to get tested. If you, one of my friends, Toronto Mike, he does a podcast. I talk to him all the time online. He broke his wrist and he was scared to go to the hospital. He thought, he went head forward over his bike, broke his helmet. His helmet's destroyed. And he thought he sprained his wrist, but he wasn't going to go to the hospital. When he got home, he stuck it in a bottle of ice water and just let it sit there. And then his wife was like, no, you better go to the hospital. Well, I'm not going to the hospital because it's outbreak. In turn, he said, let's call telehealth and see what they say. Got a nurse after an hour. He's like, told the nurse what the conditions was. And she's like, you have to go to the hospital. You need it to be x-rayed. It sounds like you might have broke it. He's like, but if I'm going to the hospital with coronavirus in there, that's the last place I want to be. She's like, go to the emergency. We'll call ahead so they know you're coming. He's like, fine, I'll go to the hospital. He gets to the hospital, tells him his name. Immediately, he was tagged, moved to a different room, taken upstairs, and got the x-ray done right away. He wasn't even And he said even the emergency room was empty because everybody's being told if you have COVID, go to the COVID tent if you're getting tested. If you're here because of a medical emergency, whoom, he was right up in the hospital. Right
Yeah,
away.
they want you out. Well, I mean, they for insurance companies want you out of the hospital as quickly as possible. But now that applies just that much more.
Yeah, so he called like telehealth and he told them exactly, and they told him which he said what hospitals were near him. They booked him the time in the hospital so that they knew he was coming, and they went whoom. And he said it was like I was in there for less than 20 minutes and I was done.
Wow.
They x-rayed me. They said, yep, it's broken. They casted him. They said, come back tomorrow. We're going to get your fiberglass cast produced. You come in again. We're going to fiberglass it all, and we'll have that all set up for him.
Wow.
So now he's working with a fiberglass. Now he has the fiberglass cast on. He's like, I went in there within 20 minutes. My hand was fitted. They knew what I wanted. They knew what they had to do. And they had this gel. They put it on me, and they set it all up, and that was it.
Cool.
He was like, I was in there for another 20 to 30 minutes. And he's like, they aren't kidding around when they said, if you call ahead, they will see you right away. They weren't kidding. But he's like, it was like, boom, boom.
Like if you call ahead of time in New York, I don't think like anyone picks up.
Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah.
Or if they do, it's just you're gonna be bouncing around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was like seen right away. He was told where to go. He was told everything. And yeah, he said it was so streamlined. He just wished the ER was like that all the time.
It's tough, but you know.
Hey, Gene, have you heard much about COVID in Russia? I mean, from relatives or anything? Because the news seems.
You have to take everything with a grain of salt. You know what they tell you. You know, people are smart enough, despite what's the government is saying about their amount of cases. You know, I called a friend and I said that, you know, like stock up on some food just in case, because in Russia, if something happens, you know, people go for the food, the shelves are empty.
Yeah.
But they're smart enough to know that what's happening in the world not necessarily going to exclude them. So people are prepared themselves. People, I think, do practice to some extent social distancing from what I've heard. I'm not sure what's the government are saying about that. I mean, again, you cannot go to any little village around Moscow and test people.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not sure. I don't know if their system of reporting is working as well. So it's a lot of question marks.
Yeah.
But I mean, they have a lot of very smart healthcare providers. You know, medicine. Had a lot of good doctors in the past, and even now, you know, it's really hard to say. You know.
Yeah, because it's amazing. You look at like the Johns Hopkins map, and Russia is just empty.
Again, because people do know that. You know, that's why I called a friend of mine and I said, well, you know, just be careful. Tell your family, you know, so practice social distancing. They are aware of that, and I think they do practice it. Despite what the reports may be on TV, that the amount of people and how many sick, it's hard to tell. It's a reporting system, it's chain of commands.
Sure.
But you know, whatever is being reported, I just hope that people are following, you know, the CDC or the World Health Organization guidelines about social distancing, about face shield, mask protection, and so on. Now about face shield, you know, face shield, it's for healthcare workers. You know, the one that's facing you for that facing patients from like a short distance. Just protect the eyes, protects the mouth, face, nose, and so on. In general, protects the whole face, because doing like this and then wiping it on your hand or sleeve, something else that's going to touch it. Like I didn't realize how many times I touched my face during the day, up until I wore the surgical mask, and then I was, I'm touching the mask.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
I'm happy I don't have a beard like you, Colin, you know, because I would be.
No, the N95 masks are quite tight. I mean, I keep my beard relatively short, so it's not a huge problem, but certainly there's a minor gap there. But I don't think it's a huge problem because I don't have a
You
lot
need
of.
the TPU around to coat it well.
Yeah, there you go. I'll just Vaseline my beard, it'll stick it right on there. But the thing is, I don't have a lot of people spitting at me, so it's not a huge problem.
Yeah. So
good.
I put down your GoFundMe into the links down below, so it's scrolling across there. So
Thank you.
yeah. Anything else that you can advise anyone about? Like I know that they're talking about washing your hands is number one. I know right now I hear it all the time. Don't touch your face. Can you
Social
think of it?
distancing,
Social
absolutely. It's a big
distancing.
one.
Now since you live in New York and you can probably answer this, I hear all the time ventilators, 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 ventilators. Have you heard of any makers or anything like that creating ways to help with the ventilator issue?
I did. There's a lot of designs online that uses that pump air by using a little engine that keeps pressing on this airbag, pushing it in. The problem with ventilators, there's a point when we breathe and there's like a little resistance. So the mechanical ventilators that are really needed, those ventilators that can calculate this little slip in resistance and allow to pressure to go through, because when the lungs fill up with oxygen, if the pressure is too high and not calculated based on your exhalatory, it's called inspiratory volume and expiratory volume, it can damage the alveoli. Alveoli is the little sacs that allow exchange of oxygen to allow them to pass into the blood. So those ventilators, as great of an idea it is, they don't have the adjustment function that absolutely vital for those patients. It's not only just blowing air. They have to be to calibrate it and adjust to patients' inspiratory and expiratory. It's a volume that goes based on resistance. And if you look online, they show you how the machine works. And there's a little slip. I think it's called PPE or PEE wave that adjusts the resistance of the volume. So even though those mechanical ventilators that are 3D printed and homemade, I don't think that they're practical in those settings because they don't have the adjustability to people not to damage the lungs, the alveoli themselves, kind of to push over pressurize them.
Yeah. So
it was interesting. Did you see, Ron? Did you see the Medtronic release? The release of the Medtronic ventilator design.
I have not looked at that yet.
So they released all of their design documents, all the CAD drawings, all the circuit diagrams, but it's with this license that says you're allowed to produce these during the time of the pandemic, but at the end of that term, you can no longer produce them. So if anyone actually does scale up a manufacturing facility to produce them, they have that limited period of like 6 months, and then it will have been a sunk cost, and they'll end up having to buy a license to continue to produce them, which is crazy.
Yeah. So Red Light was asking, Gene, is there a way that we can print these devices and send them to you, or are you more of a just?
No, good questions. I'll be happy. In fact, I want to give credits to all the people that are helping. Absolutely. My goal of the fundraiser and people and manufacturers that reach out is to make it easy on the healthcare providers. I mean, we're one web. We right now depend one on the other. So we're helping, it's a natural. Someone is driving, flying the plane that we're in. We want to help those people. Absolutely.
So,
they can reach out to me through whether Facebook, I have a Facebook page, even through the GoFundMe, there is a link that goes directly to my email. But absolutely, Gene Schenker, that's for Facebook. In terms of the page name is Face Shields for Us. So, and I'll write it down. And if someone wants to team up and send me stuff, or maybe if someone needs in their state, and someone else, and we can just direct the traffic based on where it's needed. keep in mind that a hospital, if you're going to bring them 5 boxes of this, they'll take it. That's not exactly how the employee is going to get it. They have their own schedule. Employees it's going to be on a lock and key, all those face shields. So the healthcare workers still going to be complaining for not having it. I think the way we want to streamline it to give it to people who need it right now, and even to nurses that reaching out, doctors, CPAs, cleaning people, any personnel that is really out there, front lines, we want to get it to there. So short answer, absolutely. I would love to connect people who can help, so we can streamline this.
Yeah.
So in terms of shipping these things, Red White, it might be worthwhile. Maybe Gene can get you a shipping address for a direct recipient of them. You can just ship
So
them directly.
we can do direct recipient. The simple way would be I can give my address, but I definitely want to give those people, this, credit and thanks for helping. Where it's definitely appreciated, their time and their zeal to be there for and help. So Ron, I'll type my address. I'll also type the page.
Okay, I'll post it out to the chat for sure.
Okay, so
You probably don't want to put your address in the stream. Just put your email address and let people get it that way.
Don't worry, I'm going to type it in such a way that it'll be hard for people to copy.
Okay.
That way, at least the guys that
This
I know
thing
will
is
type
set up
it.
here
Will watch it.
indefinitely, so you got to be careful.
Exactly. That's why I'm only putting links right here.
Yeah.
As a scrolling link so people understand.
Yeah.
And yes, Brian, I'll bring you into the chat in a second. Don't worry. We know you're there. We can see the beard is growing longer per second.
As long as it isn't going gray, you're doing good.
Yeah. Well, your gray is kind of cool because you got the gray on the sides, you got the gray in the center.
Yeah,
Looks
well,
good. My gray is patches all over my
arguably,
face.
I'd have a
It looks
great
like
looking
dots.
Fu Man- arguably, I'd have a great looking Fu Manchu, but I can't bring myself to do that. Yeah, women like the salt and pepper thing. That seems to be popular.
Yeah. Except for me, it's like polka dots. I grow gray in different areas. And
Oh yeah, well
I was like, that's when the beard had to go. I
give,
had to
give it
shave
another
off.
give it another 2 or 3 years, and you'll have the whole salt and pepper thing.
If I have the salt and pepper look, perfect. I don't mind salt and pepper. It's the gray patches everywhere on my face. Just
I'm saying
terrible.
I'm saying it'll even itself out in the next couple of years, and you can go with the very distinguished look. Of course, I'm getting to that point where it's getting beyond distinguished and looking more frail.
Okay, let me go to facebook.com and get that up for us.
But oh no, it was one of the late night comics the other day who was commenting that 2 days beard growth on a man
Interesting.
under 30 looks rugged, whereas over 30 it looks like he's homeless. So
Oh, it's one of those long links. I see what they did. Okay.
what, the horrible Facebook links?
Yeah, it doesn't work. It
Let's
only
see
works
what
if
we
you type
can
in.
what we can do to shrink that.
Yeah, it says I have to type in the full length of the address. It's one long address. So, guys, I'm gonna put this also in our Facebook page. So here it is. Let me go to the comments.
This is the GoFundMe link. It's too long.
This is the link that goes directly to his Facebook page. I have Brian to the stream while I get this all set up.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
So,
Not too
Gene
bad.
has developed a new type of face shield. I don't know if you've been able to watch while you've been on break or while you were in meeting or whatever.
No, I just was accepting my FedEx delivery from who are those guys there? DigiKey.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you get
that's a
any?
big power supply.
Oh, cool. Oh, the
Bro.
power supply. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 600 watts.
Wow.
It's heavy.
And I'm not going to post Gene's email out to everybody, but I'm going to put it out as a message. Somehow I'm going to work this out. So bear with me here. So, yeah, Gene, thanks so much for all the information you've given us. I want to make sure that everybody helps you out.
Oh, I appreciate. If the link is too long, I also adjusted it to a website where people can actually go and give information for those who do need face shields, and we kind of try to. It goes to my mailbox. Um, Depends how helpful it will be. Let's see.
Yeah, I can also make a Bitly account for that too, which is a very easy way of making it.
Yeah,
shorter.
that's a good way of shortening it. That'll work.
Okay.
Yeah. But I've just posted your email address in the chat. Hopefully people can copy that. Red light, that's for you. Copy it. You know what to fill in to change to make it work. And yeah, if you guys can print out a few face shields, send them his way, Gene. I guess that would be mostly helpful, wouldn't it? To have more of us printing them for you.
Sounds
Would help
good.
out a lot,
Thank you.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be great. You know.
Well, when are you getting the new set of printers that you ordered?
I got 3 more. So I got 2 yesterday, and I got 2 more. I heard the door rings, and they left me a package or 2. So I probably have 4 right now. I put together one of them.
All those gummies he's going to have too.
Not the Prusa. The Prusa hadn't shipped yet.
Which ones did you go with then? Enders, Creality.
Yeah, these are.
So I got 2 Prusas and Creality.
Okay.
So, yeah, Colin, I went with the one you recommended.
Yeah, the Ender 3. Yeah.
Yeah, the Ender 3 is a good machine.
Is
So is
that-
the Ender.
that's the one that you assembled?
Come again?
That's the one you assembled.
Yeah.
So not a big problem to put it together.
No, I was surprised.
I know you were concerned, but it's like 20 bolts. That's it.
I followed the YouTube video. The YouTube video itself is around 34 minutes.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it took me 2 hours for 30 minutes.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not bad. So,
But that printer is so simple to set up and get going.
Yeah.
It's unreal. And it's good build quality, which is shocking.
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Usually 9 out of 10
Are you getting
times.
good prints off of it, or are you not?
Not
dialed
yet.
in?
Not yet. I want to put like few of them together and then bring it to the office, since more printers are coming in. So I
Yeah.
want to align them all in my clinic.
Yeah.
There's no patients there anywhere. Might as well converting. I'm paying the rent.
Sure. Might as well.
And who knows if I'll.
So you're not getting a waiver on the rent. That sucks.
Oh no. Oh no! In fact, my clinic is a whole medical building, so they send us a letter saying that medical professionals are essential. Therefore, your building will be open. And I think it's just a way of them was to say, well, your business is open, should be open, and you should be paid.
Right. Yeah. Well, physical
know-
therapy is on that borderline. Yeah.
It is. As a physical therapist, I can say that physical therapy in a hospital setting right now is important. I had patients that insisted to come to my office even up until last week, and I didn't think that the benefit outweighs what could have happened, and so I essentially told the patients that I'll be closing the office. I didn't think they should be coming, especially some of them were in this risky age, and I just advised them to stay. But as long as I was open, they insisted to come in, so I closed.
So when we spoke last week, you had some of your staff doing telemedicine. Is that still?
That's correct. It's coming along. I think people realizing, myself, I'm doing a lot of manual physical therapy. So, about like 20 minutes, I'm out there digging soft tissue, deep tissue mobilization, everything that has to do with really manual therapy. And when telehealth came to mind, it was, to my practice, it wasn't relevant because we're all hands-on.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden it starts making sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a lot of people that are into resin printing, and Robbie Mack just posted out one right here. He says we need a phenomenon so I can print face shields in resin. So whenever someone wants to buy me one, that'll be great.
Phantom, the printer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, say what you will. I mean, the resin printing, the detail's fantastic. This is off my, what's that thing? The Elegoo Mars there.
Yeah.
it's a clean little machine. Honestly, all you got to do at this point is just slice up the mask into about 4 pieces so you can lay it flat on the bed. And yeah,
There you guys
Ooh.
go.
Can
there
I
you
just
go.
pour it
Wha-
old-fashioned way?
Gene,
Why
you're
aren't people
you're
making
doing
molds at
resin
this
art,
point?
right?
Come
Yeah.
again?
Resin art.
What are you saying,
Huh?
Brian?
I'm saying, why don't people just make molds at this point?
That's what I was
make one
thinking.
3D print and make a mold and just be pouring resin. I think that makes a lot more sense in the long run. But what do I know?
Well, as long as you eliminate the, I mean, I guess the curvature is almost right to allow that.
I mean, it's just a matter of creating a giant buck that can pour 15, 20 at a go, right? It's all about efficiency at this point. And as we've seen, if the tolerances are allowing 3D prints, then I think any kind of mold would be fine
Well, no,
for
the
deviation.
Prusa design has hexagonal holes throughout the inner band, which obviously is not a way to do it. But if you eliminate those, it'll probably work.
But that's for the sake of saving material and making it lightweight, right? When you go into casting, it changes the parameters entirely, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Now, Gene, I know there was a update on the Prusa headband that you can print up to 4 at a time.
Yeah, I've tried. It actually adds more time. I think it's 9 hours.
Really? 9 hours?
Yeah, I tried the file. In fact, it's more than if you print one by one.
Well, the problem is you have a larger first layer, and the first layer is printed more slowly, and then you also have more
Infill?
more movements that are non-printing movements. You have so that slows things down because you end up having lots of retracts and so on.
Yeah. But I did try this one, and Colin, when you sent me this link about the adjustment to reduce time.
Oh, that was
it took down.
That was what,
like 12
CNC
minutes.
Kitchen? That one?
Which one?
It was either CNC Kitchen, just for the people in the chat. It was either CNC Kitchen or Maker's Muse. They had a thing about speeding up, doing faster prints.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
What did you
changing
find? Did it work
the
out?
screw.
Yeah, I just played with the infill. I was afraid to go into all the speed adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what you do.
I have already a production that I'm used to.
Mhm.
So playing with the speeds and it takes a while. It's an hour and 12 minutes to print one.
That's still quite reasonable.
Yeah.
Brian, what were you saying?
At the end of the day, you got to look at where the details need to be, right? Does it really need internal structural strength, or is the exterior wall strong enough? So a lot of things I've done for my models is speed up the infill and the internal wall speeds quite a bit. And if you're worried, just bump up the flow rate by 5%, because the important part is the measurements on that outside layer. So even if you print that outside layer at 30 mils per second and the inside's at 80, there's a pretty good chance it's going to come out right. But that's an experimentation for you to try per machine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool. And also, it was nice how they were using for the Prusa slicer. You can add specifics to just you can create the cube structure and adjust just certain areas of the of your body.
Yeah, the what do they call it? The differential mesh or whatever they call it, something like that. Yeah. Hey D, how's it going?
Hey D, and hey Michael Castell,
And
thanks for
Michael
coming
Castle, who I guess has been here, but I didn't notice. Good to see you.
in. Yeah, I think they just both popped in all of a sudden.
Brian, Colin, Ron, I'm gonna get moving. I'm gonna start printing. I need to get myself together and to put together 2 more printers.
Well, get to it. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thank you very much for
Thanks for spending the time.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
If there's anything we can do, let us know.
Exactly.
Later.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Ron. Colin.
Okay, I guess I'll close that up. from. He just needs to exit out. But anyways, Brian, so how you been?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. I think, as I said earlier, I've basically been in and out of quarantine for like 3 weeks, so going a little stir crazy here, and I keep modifying the big printer. I can't really tell you guys how heavy this new power supply is.
Gosh,
Well, hey, if it were white, then you would have been ripped off.
That's true.
Yeah, that's
That's-
a one
yeah,
BV
that's-
power supply.
Yeah, I wish I had one of the other power supplies around here to compare.
I wonder
with.
how loud that one's going to be compared to your other one.
Honestly, I think it's gonna be quieter.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, 100%. Because
I'm hoping they
number one,
put the most noisiest fan in there so you scream and complain.
It's a big fan. It's a big fan.
Yeah, but it might be 5 times more noisier. They might
Well-
not put the steel bearings in there, you know?
Yeah, well then I'll just tear it out because I'm only going to be drawing about 300 out of 600 out of it. So,
Yeah, all of a sudden you hear this spinning.
oh well, right now, oh man, right now downstairs because I didn't have too many spare fans on hand, so I put a 24 volt 5015 blower inside the CR10 case to cool steppers. So it's always whirring.
Oh,
Yeah, it does the job.
yeah. I noticed Gene's like still in my viewer thing. I don't know if he's been able to exit or if I have control. Yeah, I can kick from studio. Okay.
Yeah, I wish I had some interesting projects going on, but it's all been just tuning in these printers and lots of little failed prints. And, you know, as much as I love the filaments.ca stuff, this last batch of Econofill has been different. Well, every batch is different. Let's put it that way. So this one, the silver comes out kind of transparent, which is weird.
Yeah. Here's a good question for everyone because I've been having this issue with PETG and I don't know what's going on with my printer. On the Ender 3, it doesn't matter. Now I've had it with some other prints, but I've kind of figured out what's going on there on that part. But when I print in PETG and I go up to 250 degrees Celsius, all of a sudden I'm noticing like it prints great for the first layer. Then after it's done printing, pieces start delaminating from the actual print itself.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's causing that. One thought of mine is like, could it be heat creep? So I changed out the fan, had a couple of modifications done,
Okay.
and still I'm seeing the same thing. So I don't think it's heat creep. So I have no idea what could be causing it. Any ideas?
Are you saying after when it moves to the second layer or after the print is
After
completed?
the print is complete, you can delaminate. It's delaminating.
Okay. Go ahead, Colin.
There are two options. Either you're not printing hot enough,
Mhm.
or your layer height is off.
That's what I thought too. And I actually increased the heat from what I was printing beforehand to a higher heat, which this filament does like to be hotter. But I also found out that when I printed it beforehand, I never had this issue. It's just all of a sudden crept up on me.
Okay, changing parameters. So no cooling, correct?
No cooling. That is correct.
Okay, if you're not doing any cooling, you haven't changed any thermistors or anything like that.
Nope.
Okay. What hot end do you have on it?
Just regular stock. The regular stock MK that comes with the Ender 3.
Okay. Have you changed out the Bowden tube
Yes.
to what type?
To well, in there used to be that cheap white stuff. I threw that out a long time ago with Capricorn.
Okay.
Put that in there. Did the one bad marine fix, which did the
Okay.
trick, and it worked perfectly. And then I had to change the nozzle recently to remove the to fix a clog that happened. And when
Okay.
I pulled out that PTF tube, it was all gunked up to hell. So I cut a new one and put it back in there.
Okay. So a couple of things there. Even though Capricorn's rated for higher temperature, it doesn't perform happy 250 plus. Now,
Oh, I know that.
PETG, I'm printing PETG at 235 here. If you're PETG has to go slow, right? You have to go like 10 to 15 mils first layer,
Yeah.
30 mils top on the next one. Now, if your PETG is not binding properly, Well, the first thing I would check is have you dried that reel, because PETG loves moisture.
I did dry it out, and I thought that was my first thing to think of, was dried it out over a day or two. Every 4 hours I turned it on, dried it out, then again took it out, put it back in the bag, put it back out of the bag, dried it again, and then ran it through the printer, and it still did it. So
Okay. That's
you see my problem here now.
well, there's a couple of different things, right? If it's delaminating, then, and what layer height are you printing at?
0.2.
0.2. How do the layers themselves look?
They look great. It's until you peel it off the bed and it just delaminates. Like you can feel it. It's crunchy, which is another.
brand?
I'm using 3D Fuel right now.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, I use 3D Fuel, and then I started using this brand, the Forma Fuchsia. The stuff's beautiful. I love their PETG.
Okay.
The weird thing about their PETG, like I said, their label, they want it at, you can cook this at cooler temperatures with no problem whatsoever.
Yes. Yeah, it's because it's a different binding mix. PETG is a real mixed bag.
Yeah.
What bed temperature are you running it at?
70.
Oh, do 90, man.
See, this one says do 70 to 85, 240 to 260 is what they recommend for their PETG to be cooked at.
Ooh,
And that's
high.
their settings for their
Yeah, you're gonna want to run that.
That's going to mess up any Bowden tube you have on there.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking of
That's
moving.
for direct drive only, 260.
That's why I'm thinking
Yeah.
of moving this over towards the moving this over to the V6, which is the
Yeah.
all metal hot end.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%, 100%.
Yeah.
And the other
Yeah, you
thing,
should-
I always do my PETG at bed temp of 80.
But right now I'm having an issue with the CR10. It doesn't like to go above 250, 230. After it goes above 230, I get runaway. So I'm trying to figure out what's causing the runaway.
In my experience, are you on the stock power supply or a Meanwell?
Stock. I gotta
Okay.
change it over to a Meanwell.
Well, even if you stick with the stock one, and this is a bit controversial, but hook up a multimeter and change your VREF, bump it up to about 12.8 to 13.2 volts instead, and you'll find that any of these boards, the MOSFETs they're not supposed to, but they do take a little bit of voltage off on the switching circuit. So
Okay.
I actually found when I went to the Meanwell, when I put in a MOSFET downstairs on both the hot end and on the bed, at a certain point, it was actually drooping down to like 11 volts. And at that point, it couldn't even keep up with trying to heat up itself. So even just a slight adjustment of that VREF is usually enough to get enough power going through it that doesn't thermal run away. You can change your thermal runaway timing parameters, but
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
I
of doing
recommend
is changing them.
98%. I tell 98% of users don't touch it because you don't know what they mean. If you're asking me, you don't know what they mean. So for mine, I have it set to 2.5 minutes to change 1 degree on the bed just to cover myself. But that's because I'm going to be there when things go wrong. So
Never Let the Machines Win, which is Canadian, said we need to add the Canadian temperature factor, add 20 C's.
yes. Here's a fun fact for you. Actually, speaking of that, is one of the big issues with my big printer was I neglected to see the difference between a 100K thermistor and the GT102.
Well, that'll screw you over. That
Oh, yeah.
and those giant beds the hysteresis on those giant beds are just horrific.
Well, it wasn't on my bed; it was on my hot end, and because I had a volcano nozzle, I was able to get away with printing at what I thought was 220, but it was actually like 190.
Okay,
Ooh.
when you said if you breathe on it, it doesn't heat properly. I thought you meant the bed.
Well, no, the bed, yes.
Yeah.
There's two factors. Like the machine downstairs, I'm going to showcase this on my channel at some point, but both the hot end and the bed are now driven by external MOSFETs.
Jeez. So,
Yeah.
as we all know, we're all like working from home. Most Canadians are. Brian, what's going on with the first layer? I've noticed that you guys aren't in the shop anymore. What's going on with that?
So That's about 5 different answers to that, but my understanding is Richard is back in the shop this week. He had to go for some personal stuff, and then while he was visiting the hospital there, they told him on his way out, they're like, "Oh yeah, and you got to quarantine." so he had to go home and quarantine for that period. Out here in Alberta, Spool 3D cannot be open, so it's a curbside pickup / online order only. And so as a result, we're shooting all from our own places.
Okay.
It's just actually it's kind of a nice change. And we've been Richard's been building a studio at his house, and so this was kind of a good kick in the butt to actually set it up a bit more there. But for myself, I basically, as I said before, I've been in and out of quarantine basically. I've been feeling fine, but it's the people around me and immunocompromised people. You gotta be smart, right?
Yeah.
So basically, I've been trying to get some content together myself, but it's been very tricky. Working from home, the one thing I've noticed and the one thing I've learned from working from home is you don't take breaks. It's just you just sit and you just keep working because you're in a comfortable environment, right? Whereas
Well,
at the
yeah.
office,
the trick
you'll actually
there-
force it. Yeah.
The trick there is to define your workspace and your play space.
Good luck with that.
Oh no! So I worked out of a home office for the last 15 years, and
Oh, yeah.
what I did in the very beginning was this is my office. When I enter my office, I work. When I leave my office, I don't. But also, I would get dressed for work.
Mhm.
Never would I go in slippers and go into the office.
Oh yes, yeah.
Eventually
challenge-
you can let that sort of thing slide once you get used to it. But if you're very careful about this is my workspace and this is my non-workspace, then you can balance it out nicely. You go into your office, you work for 4 hours, you come out, you eat for an hour, have lunch, and then you go back and work for another 4 hours, and then but yeah, you can you can overtax yourself if you're not careful.
No, absolutely. Unfortunately, my living arrangements here don't exactly allow that. I mean, our kitchen table is a printer table right now. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I have I have one of those.
So what you can see is where my hand here. Oh, I guess that's off screen. Where my hand is here against my back. That's about as far back as I have backwards room in this room. I'm actually splitting my legs. I'm man spreading, I guess you could say, around a bin around my legs. So
What you need is one of these babies, and I found that these things are great to have in the house. Let me pull it up. Yeah.
Oh, I
footstand.
love those. I love them.
I bought this at IKEA. Someone said, get this for your own studio. You'll thank me in the long run. I was like,
Mhm.
okay, fine. I'll get one. I really didn't think anything about it.
That's a footrest.
These things are the best things ever when you're sitting down at your desk and you're just typing away. It is so much more relaxing. You have no idea what I mean by relaxing.
Oh, absolutely. No, they're the absolute best. Actually, what you're seeing is if you keep seeing me look off to the side, I'm using my main desktop because I've got a nice big screen here. I'm using it with AnyDesk to remote into my work laptop, which is down here, which works great, except for when you have a tool on your screen that's 1 pixel wide and doesn't translate over. So then you got to look over the remote mouse and be like, where am I drawing this line?
There was a thing on Linus Tech Tips the other day about a
Parsec.
remote PC management tool they were using that some of their editors were using to edit 4K and 8K video.
Yeah, I actually
That's
installed
crazy.
that yesterday, and I
Yeah.
when I went to sign up, it's like this username's already used. I'm like, what the heck? I signed up for it back in 2017, so. But I tried using it, and the latency and the encoding. Now, bear in mind, I'm redoing all the wireless config here, like in the next day or so. But right now, the latency from running from this desktop wirelessly down to the main floor, back up to this laptop wirelessly, caused so much visual artifacting on screen for my screen-to-screen changes, even with H.265 encoding. Now, it works great when you're
You
hardwired.
can get a $10 switch and just put it up there and have a little private network.
Yeah, but I have to be on VPNs on one laptop and another. Basically, okay, here's my upgrade right now. So I've got Ubiquity all over this place. I've got gigabit paired internet fiber from Telus down here, but I'm getting maybe 150 meg upstairs, which is still decent. But when I'm getting 400 meg wireless to my laptop in the main room downstairs, it's something else. So I tried to figure out the schematics of this house, and it is so looped all over the place. I had very few options. So I ended up buying a couple of Mocha 2.0 adapters yesterday for $200, so I can use the existing coax in the house to run a gigabit LAN to the upper level.
That works.
Nice.
Nice.
It's going to be sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're never going to see you again, Brian. You're going to be upstairs gaming too much.
Well, I'm here right now, right? This is this is still not too bad. Hey, the roommate downstairs right now is preloading FF7 remake, and I've just been watching my LAN statistics. I'm like, why am I getting video dropouts? I've got gigabit fiber. I look at it, holy!
It's a big ass file, trust
It
me.
is. Well, let's see. I think between yesterday and today, it's been 80 gigs over Wi-Fi just to that one console, and I've got 3 access points. So
I'll warn you. This now. I was hearing from SquareSoft, people are going to be pissed because
absolutely.
apparently they're saying there's a 1-day patch now that's going to be at least 4, maybe at least 2 to 3 gigs.
Oh, why?
Because they fucked up somewhere.
Yeah, I won't lie. I'm not very happy with them right now. I knew exactly that this was going to be a cash cow, this game, but the latest review I saw is that it's 35 to 40 hours of gameplay for 100% completion, and that's not right. That's not right.
But I've been hearing people saying there's problems in the game right now that that some debuggers have found. And so they're going to have to release a patch, which is going to be huge, they said.
That's okay, though. Honestly, I mean, I know day one patches.
I know people are going to be furious with them, with a 1-day patch.
I'm spoiled. I got good internet. For people who are rural, who are buying the disc copies, I do feel bad for them. I mean, this is a game that's been in development for so long. It should be polished. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
The reason that's been taking forever is because they had to rewrite the whole code from scratch.
Ooh.
Yeah, because it was not compatible with the PS4 because there is no emulator. So they decided to scrap the emulator idea altogether, and they're writing it bit by bit by bit by bit, improving the video, refilming the video, getting the voice actors in to do voice acting, all that. And then they have to reanimate the whole game again.
Oh.
Jeez.
So it's just been onslaught on onslaught on onslaught. And I've been hearing from gamers going, this game better be good or else I'm going to boycott the guys over at Final Fantasy. I'm like, I'm still playing Final Fantasy. I played the Final Fantasy 7. Am I going to get the remake? Definitely. I like to play it again.
I bought a PS4, honestly.
Exactly. The reason I bought my PS4 was for the Final Fantasy 15. And I thought it was a great Final Fantasy. I love the Last of Us series, Uncharted series. That's the reason I bought the PS4 was for those games.
For me, it was God of War.
God of War was okay.
The new God of War was amazing.
The new one I haven't played yet. So.
Oh, I'll just tell you, that's the God of War to play. That one, right up to the ending, was like, wow.
Okay, I'll have to give it a shot then.
On that note, I am going to go find coffee. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks for coming in, Colin. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, this is my second breakfast.
Oh God.
I've been hitting the gas bar at 4 for $7. I've been drinking one of these a day, and I'm dying.
How are you able to drink that stuff? Oh.
Hey, this one's really tasty. It's and people are going to scrutinize me for this. It is sugar-free.
Well, that's good then.
Yeah, it's sugar alcohols and all that, but even that's only 2 grams or whatever.
Oh,
but
that's handy then.
Yeah, it's kind of slowing me down from pounding back coffees because that's what you end up doing when you work from home is you just keep brewing coffees all day,
Oh, I know the feeling. I used to do that all the time, and then I kind of stopped brewing coffee altogether because I wanted to get better.
Oh, good for you.
Be more healthier, so to say, but I kind of miss my coffee every so often.
Yeah.
So, got a question for you. Raspberry Pi talk. And I know how
Yes.
much you love talking about Raspberry Pis.
Yes, I've got, let's see, I've got one here. I got one here. I got I got too many Raspberry Pis.
What do you think of the Raspberry Pi 4 for running Octoprint, honestly? Do you think it's worth it, or stick with a Raspberry Pi 3 or B3 Plus?
Okay, if we're talking about 3 versus 4, there's no reason for you to go to a 4. The 4 has an incredible boost of memory, but the applications that you guys are running, the only item that uses any sort of power in there is the encoder for your webcam to run as an Octoprint webcam. And that, going to a 4 is not going to provide you with a nominal power boost over the 3. So, I mean, if the Pi 4 1 gigs are getting cheap now, so you can get one of those, but do you need the 2 gig or the 4 gig? Absolutely not.
Yeah. And that's what I'm telling my friends is that you do not need to go to a 4 for Octoprint if
Yeah, but-
that's all you're running.
These
So
are
he's
probably
like-
the kind of guys that are like, hey, I need a Razer PC for Microsoft Word.
Kind of. Yeah, he's one of those guys.
I need a MacBook.
Yeah. I know what
Yeah,
you're saying.
that's-
I need a MacBook because I wanted to do a drawing of a
And
stick
that's
figure.
what it is. It has nothing to do, like, they're not in bad taste. They want a good computer, but they want it for the wrong reasons. And that's what the Pis are all about, right? Is
Yeah.
the Pi is, well, it's a single board computer that was designed for educational purposes that people are trying to do everything in the right minds. Now, if you want to run MAME, if you want to run RetroPie, and you want more RAM so you can emulate something higher end, like I think they've got PlayStation 2 and GameCube running on it, which is just stunning. Then you might want to go to a higher memory mod.
Oh,
version.
definitely. Yeah.
Now, as far as I've seen, you don't even need more than a gig of memory if you're going to run 2 or even 3 Octopi instances, because it doesn't really do a lot on the system. And I think it's worthwhile for everybody to learn a little bit more about Raspberry Pis and how they function, because at the end of the day, even a 1 gig Raspberry Pi is about as powerful as a cell phone from a couple of years ago. So taking that into account, think about what your cell phone has been able to do in the past few years. And it's like, well, I think it can run a serial emulator and stream data to a Pi or
Yeah.
to a printer. Yeah, it's overkill. That's my answer.
Yeah. Well, thank you, because I was thinking the same thing too. I was telling him, listen, I have 4 Pis. Like, this is my Pi 3. Want to pick up a Pi 4. I just haven't had the time nor the cash right now. But I'm looking at all the Raspberry Pis that come out. I have 2 3s, and those things are serving me well as it is right now. Now, I'm not using it for Octoprint because Octoprint keeps crashing on me for some strange reason.
Hmm.
I haven't figured out why.
Yeah,
As
that's
soon as
that's exercise in itself, right?
Yeah, because all of a sudden I'll be printing something, and then all of a sudden it'll just pause.
Mhm.
The heaters are on full blast, and the heater on the bottom is on full blast, but it just stops in the middle of a print.
Okay, so but Octoprint itself is responding, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not an issue with your Raspberry Pi. That's an issue with your connection over serial between your Pi and your printer. Because the printer, remember at the end of the day, a printer is just a dumb device, okay? It's just like a computer. You feed it code, and it does what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Your heater, you've told it to heat. Now, if you don't tell it to stop heating, is it going to stop heating?
True.
Right? So that's the key, is that all you're doing is feeding data to the machine. You're feeding a command that says move G1 from X0 to X1. It does that. And then what does it do? It waits for its next instruction. So if you're getting some kind of disconnect, and to be honest, I'm leaning more towards an issue on the printer side. But number one, you want to get rid of that crummy USB cable that comes with the printer. And get
I'm not using that. I'm using a high-end cable that I bought.
Okay. Now, are you running custom firmware or the original firmware?
I'm running the TH3D firmware on it right now.
Okay.
Now, I've had no issue with running it before. The only reason I'm running the TH3D software is because I can get it to fit. When I do the
that's fair.
custom firmware, I just can't get it to fit right now on the Creality boards.
Right.
Mind
So,
you, I am moving on to a different board. It's just right now, with no work, no money coming in, I cannot afford to buy the little extras.
right.
Just saying.
No, for sure. So what I would do next is I would there's a way to monitor the serial communications in Octoprint. There's a tab there for it. I'm sorry, I haven't used Octoprint in about 8 months, so I'm a little rusty on this. But
Oh,
there's
what
a
are you
tab.
using now?
Well, I just print right from SD card. When the prints are 9 days long, I mean,
Yeah, and that's what I've noticed, that if I print from the SD card and I tell Octoprint I'm printing from the SD card, not a problem.
yes, and that's why is well, okay.
But it changes the code so much that it only says G code. That's it. I
Okay,
can't read
so
any of the other text.
that's fair.
Like,
So the reason it works from print from SD card is because when you physically upload to the SD card on your printer via Octoprint, and it takes forever. When you tell Octoprint to print, Octoprint just goes into monitor mode. It sends a command to the printer. It says, print this internal file and go. And that's the last command that you send that printer. And that's why it keeps on working. So that proves right there that the issue is a communication breakdown. So what you need to do is look into that terminal monitor and see what's happening. One of two things will happen. Either it says it's disconnected, or if it says something like busy processing, then you actually have an issue on the printer side. But it sounds like it's just the communication is falling apart somehow in there. So next time that happens, send me a copy of your a screenshot of your terminal inside Octoprint, and we'll see what is happening on that communication.
yeah. Well, what I do is I actually just run my Raspberry Pi in just a stream mode, so I can see what's going on the printer side while it's printing, so I can keep an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I hardly ever use the Octoprint anymore. I kind of got to the point where it's until I rebuild the printers and totally gut them out, put the new boards and everything else, then I'll worry about it then. But until that, for now, I'm not worrying about it. Just let it go do its own thing.
Right.
Yeah, but
that's just the thing, right? Is the built-in SD card is a very reliable printing method. It has added benefits such as with filament runout detection switches, it'll actually run properly instead of having to run it through the Pi and make the Pi tell it to pause and all that. It just works better, and Octoprint is kind of fun for monitoring, but basically, unless you're running a printer farm, there's almost not a lot of benefit to it, unfortunately.
now with all your printers, you could be running a printer farm.
I could be, but every printer has its own bloody parameter sets.
I'm actually thinking of installing the multi-print option for Octoprint.
Might as well. I mean, that's the whole point, is that the Raspberry Pi, you're not using very many resources at all on it, so you might as well just use it up. Now, the only time, as I said, it'll bog down is if you're trying to run multiple MPEG encoding sessions for the webcam. But for a single, if you're not running any camera, you can run, I think, 4 printers.
Yeah,
The
4
other thing
printers, no cameras. Yeah.
I understand somebody wrote something to make it a bit easier, but previously you had to custom design every Octoprint instance, which is not very fun. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
So what printer are you hyper about right now that you've seen that you kind of want in your collection?
I don't know. They all kind of suck. They all kind of suck this year. There's nothing really new on the market.
What do you think about? Well, I think they did a lot of improvements from the 4 to the 5, from what I hear. For the Creality Ender, is really worth it.
Well, okay, I've got an Ender 5 right beside me here. Not the Plus version, not the Pro version, and it's fine. It's a fine printer. The Ender 5 Plus, which was basically 100% feedback from Luke Hatfield, their awesome guy. It sounds like it's a great machine, but I also see a criticism of the machine. Now, I haven't had a chance to play with one, so I can't tell if it's user error or actual machine design error. But again, it's just another 300 by 300 basic printer, you know? I've been looking for more large form factor stuff, and that's why I got the CR10S5 downstairs. And yeah, it does introduce a lot of issues, but I want to see some someone come out with a Core XY that does 500 by 500 by 500 that's not $4,000 or $5,000?
Well, why don't you build one?
Well, ironically, it's a time issue, which I thought I would have had a lot more of during this down. But no, I'm like triple busy right now. So
Yeah, I know. I'm just being a jackass. That's all.
well, no, I mean we wanted to. The problem is it's cost, right? You have to put a lot of money up front, and everybody's experimenting with it, right? And the one thing that kills me is the most expensive part is that bloody hotbed. I don't understand why they're so expensive.
Actually, Ryan Mack just put something interesting down. He said, Octoprint slows prints down. Nothing life-changing for me, but when I trying 30-minute benchy challenge, I found the results in a 5 to 10% increase in print time.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because there's a different data buffer size between the SD card and streaming over virtual serial, as we'll call it. So unless you're willing to change your firmware to increase that buffer size, you're going to have micro stalls that may or may not be visible on your print, especially when you have lots of tiny movements, because the printer only stores, if I recall correctly, 16 commands. Yeah. Did you say $149? That's US, by the way. I looked into that, so that's $200 for that bed. So I opted.
And then add shipping to Canadian costs.
Yes. And for those of you who don't know, the reason I get a lot of American stuff is because I have a mail forwarding service in Montana that I pay a ridiculously, disgustingly cheap price to get across the border and up here to Calgary. It's actually, it's a heck of a deal. That's how I got this 10S5. Is actually I was buying from the trader group on Facebook, basically, and I pay them in US PayPal, and they ship to Montana, and then it makes it across the border. That's how I got an Ender 5 or the CR10S5 in the most disgusting condition you could imagine for 425 Canadian.
Oh, that's a really good deal, honestly.
Well, I've only sunk like, well, let's see, let's add another $150 to that today. I've probably spent $1,200 on it, but it's now up to 750 millimeters tall. I just have to work on some framing issues.
Now, I'm surprised you went with just the. Now, is the power supply also providing power to heat up the bed?
It does, yes.
Okay, so you don't. So you're not running an AC bed instead.
No. I looked in. Okay, I have some gripes with those AC beds. Namely, given the flexibility of your wires moving, I don't like the idea of alternating current under flex like that, because DC, you might cause a pop. You might cause a little flame if you really do something stupid.
Yeah.
But AC will kill you. And
yeah.
I'm not trying to blow it out of proportion here. I work in the electrical world. I work in instrumentation and controls, which is primarily 24 volts. But 120 can cause a lot of damage because...
Oh, for sure.
Right? And here's your little lesson for the day on electricity. With DC, you go and touch those probes and you might get a jolt. Amounts of current through your body can potentially stop your heart, but it's not as likely. Now with AC, with the alternating current in there, because of the way it alternates, if you hold two wires and grip them together, the way that it impacts your muscles is it actually causes you to close and grip down on those connections. And that's why it's so hard to remove people from when they're getting shocked. So again, that's like the worst, terrible case scenario out there. But AC is not something to be fooled around with. And,
I know that for a fact.
And the AC beds and all that, if you have a, let's say if you have a Core XY printer or any kind of cube-based printer where your Z only moves up and down, in that situation, the AC beds are quite safe because you're only doing a single bend. But when you have the Cartesian machines with that bed moving back and forth, that's a lot of wear and tear on those wires. And not a lot of users are diligent enough to check their wires every couple of days to make sure there's no fraying, there's no thinning, there's no damage on the insulation. And that's why I don't like seeing AC beds on the consumer market, is because people aren't always aware of the dangers of AC power.
Yeah, it's not also about the voltage that will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this, it's more about the amps that go through the AC voltage is what's going to kill you.
Yeah, here's your electrical lesson 101. It only takes about 10 milliamps to stop the heart. Isn't that a pleasant thought?
Yep.
So yeah, you don't want to mess around with that stuff. And for what it's worth, at the end of the day, we're only talking about a heating difference of maybe 4 minutes. Now, if I was on like a minuscule printer and I was dumping print jobs every 10 minutes and somehow thought the need to cool down that bed entirely and then heat it back up, then an AC bed would be worth it. But when we're talking like 9 days, who cares about a couple extra minutes to get it warmed up?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a
it's-
little bit better. Now I'm actually looks like I'm looking at the screen.
Oh yeah,
Got my webcam on
here.
this. Well, no, because if you look at me, my eyes are like this way all the time.
Oh,
It's
okay,
like
okay.
just to my screen. So it's like,
I don't know if this will reflect nicely enough, but you can see my camera is pinned right next to my monitor. So so
if I don't know how mine's going to reflect, but as you can see, I have two monitors side to
nice.
side, and I got the webcam up there.
Well, see, what I've got is, if you keep seeing me look down, that's when I'm looking at you, because I got this little portable screen. I got hooked up there. Yeah, that was Amazon special. And then I've got, see, that one's higher than 1080p, so it's nice for good quality. And I got this little one that's meant for a Raspberry Pi, but this one also has HDMI, so I might actually hook that one up at some point on another side of my monitor.
Yeah, my monitor's getting dusty. Have to clean it off this week.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're all getting there.
Yeah, it's just because we've been trapped in our houses, giving off all this, flaking off all our skin.
And you know what? It's terrible here. It snowed again last night.
I heard you guys got snow.
I know, right? And I closed the window in the office here, and when I woke up, I have two CR10s running here. That's not too much power. I walk in the room and I look at my Ender 5, which is just sitting idle here, and the ambient temperature was 34, and I'm like, oh. So I've been trying to cool down this room all morning.
Here's something that's going to make you really laugh, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Outside right now, it is nice and sunny. It's nice and sunny right now.
Uh-huh.
We're getting a high of 15 degrees Celsius today.
Ooh, that's so nice.
Just makes you a little bit jealous, doesn't it?
You know what? Yes and no. Normally, yes. But right now, since you're not supposed to go outside,
I don't mind. I can go outside in my backyard. I got a big, giant backyard. So
yeah, we're in the same boat. We're actually getting outside to spray paint and sand finally out there, and it's manageable, shall we say?
Yeah. So, Edutech, how you doing? Thanks for coming on, buddy. You know Edutech.
Jim. I know Jim. Yeah, hopefully everything's going good at the hospital there for you, Jim. Yeah, we're all rooting for you guys. I know you work in IT, but everything helps.
Oh, nice, Robbie Mac. Robbie Mac saying it may hit the 80s for where he is right now.
Ooh. All I can say is Jess and I went to Disneyland for me for the first time last August, and I don't think I'm ever going to be able to go back at this point. So it's like, hey, I got to experience nice weather, no lines. I didn't get there to do right.
You know what? I've only been to Disneyland once in my lifetime, and we only went to Epcot. Did not go to anywhere else.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you went out to Walt Disney World there or whatever, right?
Yeah, in Florida.
Yeah. We were down in Anaheim for a Halo convention actually. And I was just like, oh, look, I booked the hotel like across the street from Disneyland. Let's go to Disneyland. So we lucked out, and there were almost no lines. As I said, Rise of the Resistance wasn't out yet, but the Star Wars land was open, and it was under 20 minutes wait for every ride. It was the best time.
Oh, that must have been fun.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're not even sure we're ever going to be able to go back to the point.
I know, right? This is terrible, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know what they've said around your area, but out here they're saying we could be in this for 2 to 18. They're saying 18 to 2 years. 18 months to 2 years.
I don't think they released a timeline. They chose not to, but they did release the estimate death counts, and it didn't. It's quite a spread, but honestly, the numbers seem very conservative to what I actually anticipated out here. But maybe that's just a sign of our healthcare system. Nothing political wise, but but they are working hard out here as well, everywhere around the world. And they seem to be jumping a little bit ahead of it right now, which is a good sign. We just need to get this whole medical supply idea sorted out. Like, are they going to accept medical supplies or not?
Yeah. I'm going to say one thing, and this is going to sound political. It's not meant to be political, but I'm happy to hear our Prime Minister's been pretty well on the ball trying to get stuff done.
Yeah, I'm stuck in conservative country here, so
yeah,
you still get the few people hating on him right now. But you know what? He's done a fairly decent job in managing the situation. I got to give him credit for that. It's not. I don't think anybody could do it better or worse, but he's doing a good job at being open with the people, and I hope. I hope, around the world, all these political conflicts.
Yet I don't know why Scheer is still putting up a fight against him.
That
at this time, like, I mean, every time he comes up with some ideas and states something, all of a sudden you have Scheer doing a press conference saying, he should do this instead. It's like, we're in a pandemic here. This is not about politics and being who's right, who's wrong. Right now, it's about getting the problem solved.
I don't know what. There's something going on with the conservative mindset up here in Canada, and honestly, I can't say I'm proud of their actions. Even out here in Alberta, they were during their press conference the other night, they were scrutinizing the NDP by saying, "Oh yeah, we don't think they have any grounds to say anything because we have a majority government here, but we're going to respect the political things." And it's like, I couldn't even speak on it. It's like, I mean, when your premier goes and texts or tweets out a message about going to use Shopify, I'm not very proud of some of the political decisions right now. But that being said,
don't get me wrong. I thought the Conservative Party is a good party to have to keep straight and narrow of everything else, and the NDP, same idea. But oh my good lord,
I'm just tired of everyone dealing in absolutes. Make some compromises at this point and work together. And that's the whole message I've been pushing this whole pandemic for everybody is it's time we put it all down and just work together as a team, because this is a species issue. This is not a political issue. This is not a regional issue. So scrutinize me all you want, but at the end of the day, this is about us as a species.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
But you know what? I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing about all this. In fact, even the text messages the government sent out the other day is like, take media breaks. If you want to check in once a day, that's fine, but don't live on. And that's why I haven't been, talking a lot about it. And I'm sorry if people, read my idea that you shouldn't be printing face masks unless you're being requested for them. I'm sorry if that's, seems very, very jagged, but it's the truth. There are stories about, people donating them and they're just being thrown out right away. It doesn't make any sense to put it to waste. So you print it on demand. You don't print it in advance.
Yeah. Now I printed out 20 because they made the call out to makers in our area.
And that's
can
great.
You make some? Can you use your 3D printers? Make us some masks. Send them on in. Mm-hmm. I did that for the Canadian Shield project, which is something that one of our 3D printing companies started doing. So I said, fine, I'll make some masks. Now Shop 3D, which is another shop in Mississauga, is doing the same thing.
Yes.
They're asking printers to print the masks, send them to us, and we're going to distribute them to all the hospitals we can.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is we don't know what hospitals they're going to. I like a little bit more information. That's all I'm asking for.
And that's a thing, I really don't like talking on this because it makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But, anytime any corporation is asking for people to donate, at the end of the day, all the credit's going to go to that organization. All right. So yeah. I appreciate these guys' effort, and the fact that they sent out kits with filament originally is great. And I have a feeling they're doing the right thing. But out west here, there's absolutely no acceptance of these materials. And between myself and my other, I'm going to call them colleagues, because we do sort of have a bit of a group going on for stuff here. We've printed a couple of the ear savers and we're giving them out to friends who work in the medical field. But the fact is, no private organization is accepting it. It's more so individuals at this point. So the way what I've been giving out as a general message on our live streams is look into what you can do to help people in their personal lives right now. You know, if you know someone in the medical field that would help, that the ear savers would help, print those. But if there's other things in their daily lives that might make their life a little bit easier, I think that's going to make more of an impact than printing face shields for corporations, unless, you know, those individuals are truly being let down by that organization.
Yeah. Now, the ones I was going to talk about is that other guy I had on. He was showing us the 3-hole punch version that they're working on for New York, which is just taking a 3-hole punch the plastic, and then it just straps on and it fits it perfectly.
Yes.
Which I thought was a great design, honestly, personally myself. But it's like right now I'm going to be building the backing ears because my sister is building a whole bunch of masks, reusable masks for one of the hospitals for one of the care centers. She has asked me, can you print me over the those little things that fit in the back of the neck that keep the mask away, that saves your ears? I said, sure, I'll be more than happy enough to print them. So tonight is going to be mostly getting my printer set up and giving that a workout and seeing what I can get printed and done.
That's great.
10. I mean,
that's great. And it's good
that's
to know
the way
that it's going to go to use. You know?
If I know that it's going to go to somewhere where it's needed, I will design it. I will I will print it out, because even though a lot of people go, oh, well, I'm not a designer or anything, and I don't think 3D printing is worthwhile. Well, here's where 3D printing works. And I just want to show it off and say, hey, you don't think 3D printing works? Here's what here's what I'm using it for. You know, like, but it's becoming so much now that I'm seeing everybody's jumping on the bandwagon for 3D printing. The face mask has just been onslaught.
Yeah, I get a news report every day. Every small
like,
community, you know, it's like, you know, hey, this 13-year-old kid is printing these face masks. I said, great, where are they going to go? Because nobody's accepting them here.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's all about, and, you know, guess what? Every single one of them has a Prusa, which, you know, which means the parents probably contacted the news agency and say, hey, look at what we're doing. You know, I don't think too highly of society, unfortunately, at times, and I wish them all the best, and I hope they are doing the right thing. That's all I can say for it. Yeah. But, you know, it's people like you, Ron, who are in contact with somebody on the front lines who needs help, and how you're selflessly offering your help. That's what I give credit to in this stage. And you know, the problem is I will not make any statements about what I believe is needed and what's not, because it evolves daily. And I'm a professional in a completely different industry, so I choose not to comment on things I don't fully understand. But what I can tell you is, you know, when we're hearing about stories out of New York, even America, or even Canada, like province to province, every scenario is different. And so you got to look at what your local needs are. So if what was it, Shop 3D? Was that
Shop 3D is one of them. Inksmith was another one that's doing them. And they have the rights. The hospitals have said, yes, we need these. Yeah, exactly. So they are making them. And now,
and that's good that they've got that request in, because I was looking at printing them, and then I was sent the link from Health Canada, straight from the government, that said government agencies will not accept non-medically certified devices unless either you're certified or you're brokering through a business that is certified. And they
actually went to get the certification so they can make those masks. They actually spent the money for that.
And that's great. And that's the sort of things I support. So I don't know if you put a link in the chat for how to sign up for this service there, but they will, right now they're not providing filament because they blew through their budget, no doubt. However, they are still providing the shipping labels free of charge so that you can go and box them up and send them off to them. Yeah. So if you're printing face masks and they're not being accepted in your area, send off the ones you've sent right now, and then look to see what the demand is, because the last thing we need right now is to be printing wastefully if the demand is not there. And as far as I know, I haven't seen any international organizations accepting for, say, sending off to the U.S. or anything like that. So
Actually, Pooch is doing his rep cord. They got in touch with, I think, 72 hospitals so far, and they are shipping them out. But they also got CNC.
okay,
They retooled 3 of their machines to constantly do that. They actually have the molds, and they're actually making the molds at their shop, and they're just popping them out like in seconds.
and that's great.
So
you know, and
injected
that's,
molded.
that's really what we're getting to now. Is the remember that 3D printing is supposed to be rapid prototyping. So if you're filling the void right now, that's great. But a lot of businesses are going to retool for this functionality, and good on them. Hopefully everything gets ramped up in time here. This is truly a unique situation that we haven't seen in almost 100 years, basically, where the entire global industry is retooling for a common cause. So, it's little things like if you know of a business that's retooling, offer your services, offer anything you can do to help. I can't say that people buying these sheets at Staples or whatever to make their own face masks, I can't say if that's more economical than providing a different means of help. So cater to your needs in your area. That's why I'm just not telling people what to do. I'm saying find out what's needed in your area and help out however you can. But there's not one size fits all for a solution.
Yeah, exactly. And I agree with you on that. That's why I'm kind of taking a step back from that. And I'm thinking to myself, it's time to bring back some prints I'm working on. So
Absolutely.
This is going to be something I'm going to be talking about. Now, you probably know what this is. If you don't, it's a device for ham radio.
It's SB or I'm really bad on my terms these days. It's a software-defined radio, right? SDR?
Nope.
Oh.
This is going to be an interesting little device I'm going to be talking about.
Okay.
It interworks with ham radio, which I'll be talking about why I built this. But I'm also going to be talking about it because not only is it going to cover ham radio, it's also going to cover easy to do print and print modifications and why sometimes print modifications need to be done. And, even though we know these files may say, not for sale, but, if you want to get some, if you want to use, if you're in the amateur radio field, or if you're just into design with 3D printing, it's going to be on both channels. This is going to be like an intermediate episode. Nice. I'm going to put it through both channels because not only did I have to take someone's design and alter it, but I actually made it a little bit better for people that have this style of screen versus the other style of screens that are out there. So
nice.
Yeah, modifications and everything else. But I did it all in Tinkercad, so
oh, nice.
Yeah. But
yeah, I tried to get in Tinkercad and I just can't do it. I'm used to Fusion and everything.
If I learned Fusion first, that would be the first thing I would be playing with.
Yeah, exactly.
But because I don't know Fusion too well and I can't get my head wrapped around the 3 geometry area, I find a visual representation like Tinkercad, how it gives me the visual, allows me to think a little bit more outside the box.
Maybe you should have signed up for that free course I published on Facebook.
Yeah, I know. I got to do that.
Let me see if it's still up because I thought it was. I thought they were only putting it for a couple of days for you guys.
I have Lynda anyway, so I can always go to lynda.com and get
the
training.
Yeah, we've got Lynda out here too. I think through our library, but this one is a $200 course that's actually being given away for free on Udemy. So.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go to the first layer since I have the screen up already for it.
Yeah, April 5th, I posted it. Let's see here.
Give me my pages that I'm working on.
Oh, okay. Now it's up to $14.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep an eye. People are posting free courses all the time on these sites, and they're good for life most of the time. So just sign up for them, even if you're not going to use it right away.
Yeah, I'm just like right now. I've been involved in like a couple channels right now, Facebook, because people on Facebook are becoming stupid on a lot of places I'm on right now. No, they don't read the instructions. It says, do not post links to your podcast. Do not post watch parties or get banned, or you will be banned. And guess what? People are posting thousands of those.
Oh,
to
I'm
this
losing my
Facebook group.
mind. Yeah, because it says this person's going live now, and it's not even related. It's just,
Yeah.
That's a problem with Facebook policies, though, is unless you basically opt out of that feature, it turns it on automatically for everybody, and that's just a bad decision on their part. But of course, they want to drive traffic to Facebook and away from YouTube, right?
Yeah, but as you know, it also for you guys, you can have someone come on and post their link, and then your guys are running around trying to stop it from being posted.
Basically, yeah.
And we were doing the same thing on my channel. It got ridiculously stupid, where I actually had to put a block on people because people were coming in there posting up shit posts. Had nothing to do with anything. It's just some guy running around, doing parkour stuff. Yeah, sure, it's cool, but it's not for my channel.
Right.
My people don't go to the list to watch that. They go to watch something built or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm constantly going in there, deleting those posts, and that's why I put a block up. And, I cut down to 90% of the garbage that was coming through.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is you got to moderate. Facebook moderation can sometimes be a full-time job, honestly. And so that's why, that's why we had to put in a zero tolerance policy on our group, is because people go in and they sign up and they break the rules right away. And it's sometimes new members, sometimes old members, and we just don't have time to moderate it all day long. So, ever since we did things like manually approve all users joining the group and set out policies clearly with zero tolerance, it has calmed down. But for a while there, we were having 8 or 9 YouTube videos being published every day. And it wasn't even, if someone finds something neat and shares it, that's fine. But it was all self-promotion, people trying to jumpstart your channel. And as we found, if you find the need to self-promote yourself that heavily, then maybe you need to review your content, because people aren't watching you or interested in watching your content unless you're trying to shove it down their throat.
Exactly. And that's why, like with my channel, I don't try to push anything down anybody's throat. I just say, listen, here's the video. Here's when I have the time to do it. It's not because I have a production team. I don't have a production team. It's just me, myself, and I. I don't have.
Honestly, right now, it's the same thing with us. It's like, I'll tell Richard, hey, I got an episode. Here you go.
Yeah.
Not, right. Group collaboration, especially when you're apart, is quite difficult.
Exactly. And now you're seeing it too with your channel. You guys have mostly just done live stuff now.
Well, yeah, it's because we have a schedule. It's just when the content's not good, we're not going to put it out there. There's
exactly.
No point, right? So we're supposed to have an episode today. I don't know if it's coming or not, truth be told. I haven't had a chance to follow up with Richard. We've been so busy, right? So we guaranteed to our Saturdays because we basically freed that up for ourselves, and it's an hour and we're getting questions in all the time. So it makes sense. But when we're producing content, it's not, producing content is not easy. I'll tell you guys straight up. And, everyone thinks, oh, it's, you watch a video like Linus Tech Tips where he can drop a new video every 2 days. And it's like, well, if you watch his last one, look at how different his beard length was. Because one was shot 2.5 weeks ago that they probably are like, uh-oh, we got to put something else out. And you got to change up the order all the time. And sometimes like, oh, crap, we have to keep something to keep our metrics in this one position. So they put out something that seems a little less polished. And we've tried both routes. And, there's things that we found, like the publishing length. Even though a 3-minute video might provide a lot of information, YouTube does some weird stuff with short videos, which is unfortunate. It forces you to make them a bit longer sometimes. And there's some content that we found lately that you simply can't make it that long. So
yeah,
that's why it gets put on the back burner. And so we maybe look at publishing it somewhere else because it actually negatively impacts the channel if it's if it's extremely short, which is unfortunate because that's what 98% of what people are looking for is something short, concise, and sweet.
Yeah, like just saw this one. I just pushed a ham sandwich down my throat and some chips. Mr. Butchum.
I've got a big package of ham downstairs I can't wait to break into for lunch.
Oh, I have sitting here in my freezer, which is really literally behind my computer here, some back ribs and side ribs.
Ooh.
Yeah. Gotta get the. So I'm thinking of boiling some water, dipping my ribs in the water, let them soak up, let them get nice and soft in the bone, then throw them on the barbecue and just throw my sauce on them and just let them cook for
Nice.
at least an hour or two.
We've been doing the 24-hour sous vide thing with ribs, and then they just fall right off the bone.
Oh yeah.
But you got to plan it out, right? That's the problem. You're like,
Mhm.
now I want ribs now. And the rib is not back. So what are we gonna do?
Yeah, I've actually had to go and call and order ribs from frickin' Swiss Chalet. Not as good as regular, like the ribs I make, but they were a good substitute for the time being. Yeah, I mean, nothing beats Turtle Jack ribs though. If you've ever had Turtle Jack's ribs,
No, I haven't.
okay, when you get back into Toronto, look for Turtle Jack's. They're known for ribs out in the Kawartha Lakes and area.
Okay.
And their ribs are fall off the bone good.
Oh, that sounds good.
There's another place I go to, Camp 31. They're known for their ribs too. They're out in Paris, Ontario.
Yeah.
And you can literally just take the bone and slide it out of the rib.
Ooh.
And they're so good too.
Yeah,
And their sauces are great because they sell their sauces in the store, so you can actually buy it.
Nice. I'm still working through my bottle of Firehouse sub sauce.
Wait until you get out. You got to come out here in July. I would say if you can come in here during the, Canada Day area. When Ribfest happens in Toronto, out in Centennial Park, down in Etobicoke, they have 29 ribbers out there, all making ribs.
Ooh.
For a rack of ribs, it's only $20.
Ooh. Jeez, that is. Wow.
So what we all do, we all team up and we go, okay, I'm going to this place. My friend's going to another place. My friend's going to another place. And we usually have another friend going to another place. And we all meet up and then we cut our ribs in like groups of 4 and we trade each other's ribs and we all rate them on which one was the best.
That sounds hilariously terrible, but
hey, and beer is actually cheaper than most places, about $4 for a cup of beer.
okay, that's not bad.
And usually they have like all the usually it's one of the I think it's Great Lake Breweries is the one that actually provides the beer.
Oh yeah.
So you're getting craft beers too. So all those great craft IPAs,
Ooh, nice.
ales, and such good stuff. Not like the Labatt's blue crap and the
Labatt Black. Black ice.
oh jeez.
Haven't seen that stuff in like 15 years. You know what happened? I went out last
big
night.
time in Quebec though. A lot of people love it in Quebec. Oh,
I went out last night for a drive, and I was shocked to find that even the liquor stores were closed at 8 p.m. here.
huh?
All
Sorry.
the stores, the liquor stores here were closed at 8 p.m. yesterday. I was like, what are we doing?
Wow. I was going to go to the supermarket, okay? So we have Zehrs, which is basically Canada's superstore / Loblaws.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I went out there and the lineup basically snaked almost around the building.
Ooh.
I was like, yeah, I don't think I'll be going here for my what I need.
Yeah, I heard the same thing yesterday. We had some our roommates went out to get some groceries, and apparently the Walmart lineup was now behind our place here. If you go straight down to the end of the alleyway, it backs onto like the back of a lot before the parking lot for Walmart. And apparently the lineup for people to get into the store was all the way back into the alleyway here. and we have maybe 40,000 people in this town. So
everyone's at the store.
yeah, that's why I'm going to that Walmart. It's been it's been an absolute nightmare. So even like the grocery, there's no grocery delivery down here, so the pickup windows are about 5-6 days out right now. So you really got to plan ahead.
Yeah, I just got this. I just found out this. This just made me sad. Julia involving COVID situation. Ribfest is canceled.
Oh, they just outright canceled it, eh?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. You know, at least I'll give them credit for canceling it, because up here they are screwing us royally. A lot of different companies. For instance, you know, it's because I'm already blacklisted with them, so screw it.
Oh, jeez. That's good. No,
Calgary Expo. So Calgary Expo there, they refused to cancel the event. They postponed it. And then what they did the other day was they said, all right, we're refunding everybody, but we're not going to refund the service fees. But you can rebuy your tickets for the new expo on April 15th. So
yeah, they screwed over a whole lot of people out here too. With the Toronto Con that went through, they canceled that, and now they're saying, well, your tickets are good for Fan Expo. If that ever happens.
Well, and that's the thing, right, is that they're all playing these games. I actually got an email from Arts Commons, who is like another one of the presentation houses in town here. I can't remember what show I bought tickets for, but they sent out an email and they said, we would really like it, you know, if you would consider donating your ticket fee to our association. It's like, what?
Yeah. Also, here, one Ribfest is actually still set to happen. I had to stream the Mississauga Ribfest.
But that's July, so
yeah.
Let's be honest right now. The fact is, nobody, and it's got to be an insurance clause, but nobody is willing to cancel or postpone events right now until the government says they have to. And I think it truly is an insurance thing. So, unfortunately, when I see a site like that, I see a lot of people seeing false hope that everything's going to be cleared up by that date.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's maybe it's something to make you feel a bit better, but I wouldn't trust any event right now prior to September, honestly.
Oh, I agree with you on that one. But just look at, like, this is what I go for, is just for the rib action. These are the ribbers that they got coming in: Sticky Fingers, Pistol Pete's, Camp 31, Uncle Sam's, Bibs. They do baby back ribs, Bibs.
Ooh.
Wild Wings, they're pretty good. Okay, Billy Bones Barbecue, they use Tennessee whiskey with their sauce.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then you have Krabby Barbecue Shack, which is very something about it. Like, they also have like a maple taste. There's a little bit of maple in there, but you get that nice smoked taste in theirs.
Nice.
Yeah. Same with Gators too. Gators is pretty cool too. If you look at some of these guys are just out in Canada, like Port Dover, Ontario. Krabby Shack is out of Toronto. And they at Camp 31, they're out of Alabama, but they're also located but they also have a shop out here in, like I said, in Ontario. So yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I haven't been out to any food venues out here because I used to have Taste of Calgary, and it was expensive, man. You know, you get like a little sampler cup for $5 or whatever. You had to buy, because you bought everything on coupons, right? So everything's like 4 or 5 tickets at $1 a ticket, right? But you know, you end up buying 80 or 90 tickets, and then by the time you're done, you're still hungry. So yeah.
And then there's the Big Rib Fest that happens at the end of the year, in September, like during what do you call it? In September. What's that holiday?
Labor Day?
Labor Day. Yeah, Labor Day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Rib Fest. That happens in Burlington. Ooh. And they get at least about 20. They usually get about 20 to 30 ribbers out there at the end of the year.
Oh, wow.
And one artist they were able to get in, which really kind of shocked me. They had Great Big Sea on their stage.
Wow.
They came out for it. And they also got Tom Cochrane came out for it too.
Oh, wow.
And played a set. I was like, what? Really? Yeah, so that one's a really big party every year.
Okay.
Usually get like some huge Canadian. Not Shania Twain. Oh, who's the girl that did that song? Red Velvet, Black Velvet. Alana Miles. They had
Okay.
it one year there performing live.
Wow.
Just showed up and started performing live on the stage. Didn't make an
Gee.
announcement. She was just there and she belted a couple of her own big tunes and it was just like, what?
That's awesome.
Like I said, that fest brings out who's that guy that was blind that used to play the guitar? Oh crap, what's his name? He's dead now. He was in Roadhouse too. Oh crap,
Wow.
can't remember the guy's the singer.
I'm not sure.
Oh, well, I've seen him live a couple of times. He's an amazing guitarist.
Oh, yeah?
Blind, but he plays guitar like great. He's had songs like Angel Eyes. Oh crap, I can't remember his name now. But it'll probably come to me after the end of this.
Of
He
course.
used to go there he used to be there every year because he's from Burlington area.
Okay.
And he just used to get up on they used to have him on the stage all the time. So Oh god, how long ago? Yeah, they broke up a few years ago, but every so often they get together for some strange reason. Great Big Sea, actually.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, they
Yeah, we
get
don't-
together every so often in the PEI. They're known to get together and still perform with each other.
Oh, that's pretty awesome then.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
But-
don't have a lot for anything really going on out here, especially because we got the double whammy in Alberta, right? We got the economic downturn as well as the pandemic downturn. So there's pretty much nothing going on.
Yeah, didn't you guys give us like just Nickelback and that was about it, really?
Ooh, you know, we gave you Hanson.
We can't. No, Nickelback is actually from. Actually, I think no, Nickelback is from the Prairies area.
I think so.
I think it's from Saskatchewan, actually.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that could answer a lot. That could answer a lot, actually.
Sorry to our
Even though I don't mind Nickelback, there's a lot of songs they've done that's good, but not all their stuff is great.
honestly, I don't even really listen to music much anymore. Unfortunately, I'd love to, but I don't know. It's not my generation of music anymore.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I'm more like, don't get me wrong. I like my punk music, but my punk has not been the same.
Yeah, I'm getting into that point of remember the '90s?
Oh God. Yes, no doubt. Don't speak.
Oh,
That was a classic.
my show that has been postponed to September now. Aqua, Eiffel 65. Who else is going to that one there? I have to check. It's called the '90s Rewind Tour. There, it's coming.
Oh, nice.
But I saw Aqua and Prozac last year, and man, I mean Prozac never gets old. They're so much fun.
Oh, especially with that one song that really drove me up the wall after a while. Sucks to be you.
Sucks for you. Oh yeah.
No, but Prozac is fun. I've seen them live once, and they're fun. Eiffel could give a care less, but
Okay, so here,
Aqua, they can perform. They know what they're doing on stage.
yeah, you should have seen them here in Calgary. Actually, my friend hung out at the casino until 1 a.m. and they ended up coming down drunk and hanging out with her all night. So
Yeah.
that was pretty awesome. Okay, so the 2020 tour is Aqua, Venga Boys, Jenny Bergeron of Ace of Base,
Oh wow.
Limited, Hadaway, and Eiffel 65.
Wait, Hadaway still doing stuff?
Hell yeah!
Oh my God. He only had that one big hit. What is love?
Right? It's going to be.
What is he going to perform it like 5 times? Sorry.
No, it's oh man, it's great.
Oh man, sorry. I mean, Eiffel 65 should be fun. Aqua will be fun for sure. Venga Boys, I was not a big fan of them.
You know what? I didn't grow up with them, but
Every
I
song-
loved that Six Flags commercial. So
Oh yeah. But every song that Dave recorded sounds the same uses the same damn 4 beats.
yeah, but that's the same with like everybody. You know, look at Eiffel 65. Look at what was that?
You said 2 Unlimited, right?
Yeah, Two Unlimited. Yeah.
Okay, 2 Unlimited used to play with everything, so their music was always different.
Well, the
Little
best
bit.
thing is Prozac's not touring with this one, but if you ever get a chance to go see Prozac live, they do their exact same show from the late '90s, including all the Simon and Milo animations in the background and everything.
Oh,
It's amazing. I saw them at my campus bar a few years back, and then I went to go see them at the casino, and it was the exact same show, and it's just such a '90s flashback.
okay. Talking about 90s acts. Guess who's back on? Guess who has a new album out and is going to be touring this summer? They're hoping.
Is it Shady?
Nope.
Because Shady's back. Tell a friend.
No, it's not that one. But Benevolent Sound Clash is back.
Oh wow.
If you remember that big song that was their hit, when the sun is like my night.
Mhm.
That was one of their big songs, and they had a couple of hits after that. They're
Nice.
talking about the group's getting back together to record some more new music.
Oh wow.
And I've heard the new stuff, and the new stuff sounds a lot like their old stuff with a new twist to it, with that same reggae sound that we're used to. It should be really interesting music again.
That's awesome. You know, I think a lot of artists are kind of coming back now, whether or not it's because they're going bankrupt or whatever. But I'm not complaining. I'm liking this little retro flashback. You know.
Yeah. Well, let's face it. What has our music brought us lately? Yummy. God,
Yeah.
that song's so stupid.
I think the point that I turned off the radio was 2008 because that was the day that they were like, "Hey, let's make a rap remix out of every popular like electronica song of the 90s."
Oh, I remember that era.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. You know who started that all? Kanye. Don't you touch my Daft Punk.
That's the one thing I will say. Daft Punk, at least, was in charge of that song.
Yeah, and it was actually okay. It
Yeah.
was okay, but you know, it went downhill from there, doing like Corey Hart and doing all these.
Oh yeah, the Sunglasses at Night remix. Oh
And it wasn't even a remix. They just took one line of the song,
yeah.
and they get
Or how about that other one? Using Yes, Lonely of a Owner of a Lonely Heart, only using Owner of a Lonely Heart.
Oh yeah,
And they'll go to dance. Then it goes dance remix, and then all of a sudden you hear Owner of a. It's like, oh come on, stop ruining such a great classic rock song.
yeah. That's I've always said if you're at the point that you're having to remix in other people's lines to try and hit that nostalgia factor, maybe you're just not a good artist.
Yeah.
Maybe you should. I would say don't quit your day job, but what day job do you have to go back to?
Yeah. If you're going to remix a song, use the original lyrics. I don't have no problem with that. But use
Like,
all the lyrics that were in the
what
song.
What was that one that came out recently? That was like a calm redoing of the song. It was originally by New Kids on the or by the Radicals, I think it was.
Oh, the New Radicals. Yeah, it was a song. Da 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 ba ba ba. Yeah.
Get what you give.
Get what you give. Yeah.
Who was it that did the new version there? I can't remember. Felix Cartal. Like that was actually an okay song because it was
Yeah.
it was very creative spin on it, but it was the same lyrics, and I got to give him credit for that. But
Yeah.
yeah.
There's another. Give you an idea. Something that happened in the early '90s. Earth, the group known as the Four Seasons. They re-released all their music and remixed it. The guy in charge of all the remixing was the lead singer of the Four Seasons. I forget his name now. Oh, crap. But he was in charge of it all. The Four Seasons actually said, we want to hear the remixes before we issue them to go out on the new album. and it was all
yeah.
licensed by them. It was all approved by them. Like, if you know anything about the Jersey Boys, is what the
Yes.
play is based off of. Well, those 4 guys got together and started and they allowed the remix to go out.
Okay.
When it was remixed by them, that sounded like they were trying to bring what they'd done and bring it to the 90s, and it worked. It wasn't, but it wasn't overly on top of the stuff. Like, as I got older now, I'm listening to older stuff, which is kind of weird. I'm listening to stuff from the 60s,
Yeah.
from the 70s. One group I got really into is Earth, Wind, and Fire of all bands.
Oh yeah, man. Boogie Wonderland.
Boogie Wonderland, Fantasy, December, or is it? Oh, not what a night. It's September something. Their song was.
1963, was it?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
I'm
it's just
a little
like,
rusty by Earth, Wind, and Fire. I mean, admittedly, most of the songs I know are from Happy Feet, so
yeah,
Shame
but
for that one. But I mean, that's a good movie.
I just kind of like thought to myself, because I found out about them through a show I started watching. It's a Japanese drama called God. Now I'm losing everything today.
It's what I call Workday. That's about as far as I've gotten.
Yeah, hang on a second here. I'm going to my binder of TV series I save on disc. Yes, I still do that. I
That's
still burn DVDs. I don't have
Nothing wrong
my.
with
Yeah.
My car stereo does not have a CD deck, so that's kind of an annoyance. So I live off Play on the go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you had like just bought one of those little tape things that you put in your deck.
Oh no. I spent a bit of money this Christmas and I got myself an Android Auto deck, so everything integrates with my phone.
Love Shuffle. That's it. Love Shuffle.
Love Shuffle, eh?
It is a bizarre series about 4 people. No, yeah, is it 3? No, 3. No, 4 people. And they're having trouble trying to find love. They're stuck in an elevator. And they're all talking about how their girlfriends or boyfriends that they live with, that they are dating, they're not sure if it's right for them. So they come up with this idea to shuffle their roommates, that they would shuffle their whoever they're dating, through cards. So everyone's handed a jack, and all the girls are handed a queen.
Mm-hmm.
And they flip it over, and whatever card you have, you go on a date with that one person for one day.
Oh, so it's like a more complicated version of a fishbowl.
Exactly. So, you see and all these new relationships form, but it is funny as hell, but it's very enjoyable. It's only 13 episodes.
Oh, okay.
I do recommend, if you go to Kiss Anime, I think has it on their website.
Oh, yeah.
So you can watch it free stream, all 13 episodes. If you're looking for something different than what's on TV, because honestly, everything's on hiatus on TV right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2 of my shows I watch. I watch New Amsterdam. It's on hiatus right now because of the COVID. And same with all my episodes of FBI. They're all on hiatus because of COVID. And they're all filmed in, guess what city? New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so all those shows are kind of on hiatus.
Yeah, but that's good. It's gonna be a tough off season, but time to get into the old stuff. I got Jess into Married with Children on Amazon.
Nice.
Yeah, that's.
I got an old series for you to watch if you're up for it.
Oh,
Emergency.
why does that sound so familiar?
Because it was out way back when.
Yeah. It's just.
It's a different
Trying to
type of series altogether.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so basically you follow 2 firefighters as they were the first ever paramedics ever made in LA.
Oh, really?
Because back in the time there was nothing like paramedics. There was only ambulance drivers, and they were only responsible for taking the injured to the hospital. That's all they used to do. They never operated or anything like that like they do now.
Right.
So these 2 guys are trained as paramedics to help the doctors, they call into the hospital, they tell them what's going on, and they walk them through it over the phone back in the day. And it's a very interesting look at how technology has changed, because that was back in the 70s, early 70s when they created the show. And the show is actually based off of what they did in LA as a way to, save people.
Wow.
So it's kind of like a little bit of history, a little bit of fun.
Oh yeah.
But it's like, wow, watching it, you just hear them go, do I have rights to put IV? Yes, do IV, Rickers, da-da-da, And it's just like, you listen and you look at it back and you just go, wow, how technology has changed. How much have we changed as technology goes?
Mm-hmm.
Even old episodes of ER way back when, were kind of like grim, when you had cancer or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And technology, how much has changed nowadays? I mean, it's still grim that we have cancer, but it's a lot more. What's the word I want to use? Interesting.
Grim. Okay.
Less grim. Yeah, less grim. Let's put it that way. Less grim. And curable in a lot of ways too.
Jeez. Yeah. What a bummer, man. You're grooving with my jive. Oh, what a day! Yeah, this is the sad truth right now is that we got like nothing new going on. It's everyone's kind of stuck in a bit of a rut. So I guess for the viewers, tell us what's going on in your world, because I've been quite disconnected for the most part, actually.
Yeah, actually, I do need to call it an end to the show, unfortunately.
Oh well, there you go. Okay, I don't care what you're doing. Way to go, Ron. Way to bust my move.
But we're all going to be over on Discord to have more of this chat. So remember, we do have Discord. But anyways, Brian, if you want to tell everybody where you're from and what channel you support, and take it from there.
Good stuff. I never actually do a closeout. So if you haven't seen my channel, I'm with Richard at The First Layer, so you can check us out at youtube.com/The First Layer. Find us on Facebook with the same name, and we do all sorts. It's primarily 3D printing based. We haven't really wandered outside that realm, but we do cover all sorts of different 3D printing concepts. And every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Mountain, which is 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we do a live stream where we answer all your questions. So you can send us an email, post them on Facebook, and to a certain extent, ask them live in the chat. So come join us, check us out, and critique me for all my terrible comments. That's about it. I've been in conference calls all week, so I'm just out of words.
Understandable. And for myself, as you guys know, I run CMP. I'm the head of CMP. I also run another channel called VACFUC for ham radio, which is my call sign. It is a call sign, believe it or not. You can even look it up on the internet. You'll see my name and all the information.
Yeah,
but,
search up expletives and you'll see just Ron.
But anyways, if you want to learn the stuff about ham radio, that's one channel. And if you're in for 3D printing, you know where to look. You're on the channel. You're watching us. So thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, everybody, keep on printing, have fun, and we'll talk to you hopefully next Wednesday, if we aren't all dead by now.
This is me coming out of an archive and you're like, well.
Yep. Later, everyone. Bye.
And then it was my show.